Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Innovative, revolutionary, stellar development, purest universal knowledge. In a transformative, futuristic design. The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The very first new evolutionary spaceship technology has been rolled out for mass production. Our Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is constructed from high-quality materials carefully selected by our team of experts. Embedding the essence of the new GANs plasma science and technology, it uses collective plasma field technology for changing and enhancing the environment of the body of the man. This new plasma enhancement changes the environment of the body to allow it to return to its natural, balanced energetic condition, as in the womb of the mother, allowing every cell in the body of the man to find its natural, original field strength balance. The shape and field distribution in this new space plasma technology replicates the inner structure of the universe and replicates the balance fields from which the man was created at the point of inception in the womb of the mother, not only receiving balance in the physical, but also in the emotional sense too. For the first time in the history of man, a system has been developed and delivered which not only enhances the physical body of the man, but also enhances the emotional part of the user of the system, hence reducing and eliminating many problems that could not be solved in the world of science, to bring the body of the man into near perfection, as at the time of birth. This new spaceship technology can be within the reach of every man today and can be ordered by medical practitioners, sports specialists, and healthcare centers. The Universal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the future you have been waiting for, is here. The journey from space to spaceship technology has started. Every order is subject to a contractual agreement and might require additional accessories priced separately for applications according to each case. You can order or contact us at office@at.kfm.global for additional information.
And we welcome each and every one of you to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for June 11th, 2023. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Skork and many knowledge seekers from around this planet and probably part of the universal community as well as here. As Mr. Keshe indicates, there are many things going on in our structure, around our structure, that we're not quite aware of, but we're learning a lot more. And we're going to go through a few of the clips in the 489 Knowledge Seekers Workshop that was shared with us. And again, more understanding of how to use our own reactors, this beauty and grace that we all carry within us. So we'll have a little clip also on the July sessions. Again, this is where Mr. Keshe is saying that we can actually provide wellness for ourselves and probably others in the future just through the interactions of the souls and hooking up with the system and links until we know how to use our own reactors in a very, very profound manner, I think. And this is what it's all leading up to. This will be one of the biggest trials that the Keshe Foundation has conducted. And so we're going to play Mr. Keshe's invitation on that. We're going to play also something on the making of certain ganses, that again, a deeper clarification on why not to make certain ganses. And then, of course, an overall view of the political structure. Mr. Keshe has gone a little bit deeper into that about the situation in Ukraine and China being a tool of peace, and hopefully the other nations will become more and more envious, and China will also share the technology with all the other nations. But we'll see how that goes. We're going to do a small tribute to Dr. Borapar. Azar is here, but I thought we would read the World Peace Treaty before we actually go to Azar. And of course, Dr. Borapar was a signer of the World Peace Treaty. I think that's a very good advantage for you to go into the universal community having agreed and signed the World Peace Treaty. And again, this is an aspect of the peace program that's being delivered to this planet by universal messengers, universal community, and so on. But again, it's an aspect of it, and finding peace within ourselves will lead to finding peace on the planet, and then finding peace in the universal community. And I think this is what we're all looking for, is to get into this peaceful condition. Would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? If not, I will read it. But it's something, again, you can sign it with a pen, or you can sign it with the pen of your soul. And to get to this position of treating everything pretty much equally, and respect for every other life that you may meet or come upon in the universe. And there's going to be so many, and new shapes, new colors, new interactions, but we're learning how to work with the plaza, this giving and taking aspect. And we're doing much of it now through the dream process, I think. But again, it's not really the dream. It's the third eye into the real, the reality, actually, or interaction with the universal community. So this is an aspect of the world peace, and it's increasing the field strength. And if it's your wish to see peace, path of peace is made very clearly. It's the soul of the collective awareness by giving will create that position of change. And we're certainly learning how to give. As Mr. Keshe said in the last workshop, it's all giving and no taking. The World Peace Treaty. We, as citizens of the earth, from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war, or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with R, and you can delete as appropriate, whether it's for your nation, your territory, your council, your religion, your city, your town, or for a body and a soul. Simply put your name, your signature, date, position held, and on behalf of, again, is it on behalf of your nation, territory, council, religion, city, town? And this is increasing the field strength. This is how I'm seeing it. Have it witnessed a name, a signature, a date, and position held. And after signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. And again, I think by posting it, it will give other people a reason to question this, to ask you, why would you go in this way? And this can open up a whole new dimension for you and for the person that reads it. But it also, I think, gives them a field strength to know that peace is possible, because we are inherently peaceful creatures, as I understand it, at least from the beginning. So if Azar is here and she would like to perhaps take the microphone, maybe tell us a little bit about Dr. Barapur. I was just finding out he was in the dental field. I know he was heading up the medical section of the Keshe Foundation, as I understand it, but you've probably had more interactions with him outside of Mr. Keshe than anyone perhaps in the foundation, because you both are in the same sort of business or line of work, let's say, or line of service to the community.
Good afternoon, everyone. I really don't know what to say. It's just I haven't had the experience of losing someone that I love. For such a long time. But it takes suddenly everything that you feel you know just goes all to down the drain, just like you become nothing.
How can we celebrate his life?
I was actually I was in a because it wasn't something expected. He was only 58 years old. He was younger than me, 4 years younger than me. And Friday we have Wednesday teaching, which Hassan teaches at 10 o'clock New York time, and I teach at 1 o'clock Fridays. He teaches the new workshops, and I teach the old workshops. And then he always comes. And just once I started Friday teaching, I got a text that, because I usually bring him to the panelist, I didn't see him there, and then I saw a text from him, and then he said he feels something in his heart. He wants to go to the hospital. He felt it on Wednesday. So he's not going to come to the class. So I just made an announcement that Valpo won't be in the class because he has some medical issues. But I never thought that going to go to the hospital, and then they're going to do the angio, and then he goes to the coma, and then he just doesn't come back. So I got to know him when we went to Iran the first time I went. I don't remember what year was it that we started to establish when I went. The first time I went by myself. I think the first time we went with Hassan and we went to Creative, we had a conference. This was before creating the Keshe Foundation Iran. So we had a conference and he wasn't there then. And then after that, we came back and I went next time, and then Yusuf John and Dr. Balapur, I got to know them. So we went and we signed a lease for the office for the Keshe Foundation. So I started to get to know them and be there all with them, with him, with everybody, day and night. And then every time I went, we traveled, we did a lot of things together. So he's just he's the kindest man you can imagine. He was. If you if you needed something, no matter how busy he was, he just blocks everything. He comes to you, and he was just like that. It was his nature. Like he didn't care. He worked really a lot, and if you notice, he made all the translation for all the COVID recipes that we needed. He usually worked from like 1 o'clock, went to his office to work until midnight. He had patient until midnight. I never had such a thing. And then he would come home, he'd stay up until 4 or 5 in the morning. He'd just translate things. I don't know how they did it, because one time we were traveling together and we were supposed to work on a video that we had a deadline. And then we were in a hotel, and Hassan and I were in one room, and then Yusuf and him, they were in another room. And then we were supposed to have the video ready by the next day. And then Hassan and I, we couldn't stay up after midnight. We couldn't hold it. We couldn't even function. But he stayed up the whole night and he did it. He worked on it and finished it. And then the next morning we just did the rest of it that we were supposed to do, and then we passed it on. But he was just an incredible man, and I just think, when I think about it, when I look at his picture, I can see, I can feel him. I can even feel him now. I can feel his presence. So, I mean, my experience is just like, I always thought when somebody dies, I always talk about it. So, okay, you die and just you go to the other side, you find, I mean, it's not a big deal, but it hit me very hard. I don't know. And then so emotionally, I just, when I think about him, it just makes me cry. And the pictures you see, those pictures are the time we were there, and then a lot of people would come in and we talk about all the plasma technology, and these are the people you see in the picture. They follow the Keshe Foundation, and that's about it.
I remember the same thing when Sandor had gone, and then a while later I was thinking about Sandor, and I said, gee, I would like a sign or something. And I just felt this overwhelming love that brought me to tears, even thinking about it now. And I said, okay, Sandor, that's enough. I know you're there. And it just, the overwhelming love that it had me. So I think we can do the same here. I feel your emotion, Azar.
Actually, when I start to cry, and I thought, it's not good, I'm crying, maybe I shouldn't be. Mr. Keshe, you said you have to abolish your emotion. And I kept saying, I shouldn't cry, but then I saw a guy was talking about, a woman asked the guy, every time I think about God or love, I touched by love of God, I cry. And that guy says, actually, this is a very good thing because you are with God. That's why it says when they advertise that, even in army, they tell people, especially men, you shouldn't cry, you shouldn't do this. And it says, actually, you're not human, then it makes you to a robot. So I didn't feel bad crying. And I said, it's okay, because sometimes I'm okay, and then suddenly I burst and cry, and I don't know why I'm crying. But then I take it as an okay sign, so let's just go with it.
And he does seem rather young at 58 years old. He was still practicing, you said, and he was working.
Yes, he was very active. Actually, the week before, my father broke a tooth, and I told my father to just go see him, because in the past he's gone to him because he had another problem before. And one time my mother was in some pain in a tooth, so she went, and my father didn't want to go to him because he never want to accept money. And I said, Dad, you should go to him. It doesn't matter if he doesn't accept money. That's is okay. But then my dad was with him a week ago, and my dad was shocked that he just is not there anymore. And it's very unfortunate, because what has happened, his parents were in Canada visiting his brother. And then when we put all his father, I think, is on one or two these Telegram group. And then people started to put the condolences, Dr. Papa's picture. And then they had called his sister, because I was in contact with his sister while all this thing happening. And then, the sister said, nothing is going on. And she tried not to answer the phone call. And then she reached out to me. She said, can you please remove all the stuff? And we couldn't do it because there was so many different groups and we had no control over it. And then only one group I saw, his father was asking, I am this and that. Is there something going on with my son? And I put a message, then there was a condolences thing on top of his message. I removed that. But it was just because they have to keep the body in the hospital until his parents come back from Canada. And I think they're not back yet. So that's, the parents still don't know if they know, just something not confirmed. So it's very, very hard for them. And same with the sister, because the sister was in the hospital, and then we were trying to be able to do something with the plasma technology for him. And then he was in ICU and we didn't know how to get to him. So what we did initially, we sent voices from ourselves to play in his ear in terms of like we are there. So we talk to his soul. But at the end, I think what happens, the soul decide if really they want to come back or not. And I don't blame him if he doesn't want to come back, because some people who go to the other side and they tell their stories and they come back, they don't want to come back. And then since, because there was a woman, if I tell you this story, there was a woman, they interviewed him, he was in Iranian TV. She had a severe sinus problem and she was always in a lot of pain. And one night she was pressing her forehead to the pillow so hard that suddenly she sees herself outside her body, and she's seeing her own body on the bed, her husband and the kids in the other room. She could see everything. And then she saw a light by the window, and the light was telling her to go. She said there was no verbal communication, but it was like, I know they were talking to me. So I went to the window and they said to follow the light, said to follow me. So she followed the lights and she went to some place. It was massive light and it was so much loving and so much love. There was nothing except love, and she felt so good. She didn't want to come back. And then she said they showed her if she doesn't come back, what's going to happen, what's the children's life will be. If he goes back, what is the children will be if she goes back. She said, so because of my children, I came back. And then when I went back to my body, it was a little bit painful entering my body. But one thing happened, she said, after that was, she said, I was always complaining about life. Why is this like that? Why is this like that? Why is that person this? And I was a big complaining about everything. But she said that experience changed my life. I was just very thankful for every minute of my life, because I knew at the end, when my life is over, where I'm going to end up, where I'm going to be, that you cannot find it on this planet. So my thing is, if Dr. Valpur have tasted that, would he want to come back? I mean, if it was me, I probably wouldn't want to come back either. That's the only explanation I have for myself. But I think the part that we get upset is just, I don't know why. I keep thinking about the emotion of human, because for me, verbally, it was easy to tell everyone, okay, if you die, even though I tell my parents, if you die, you're going to be fine, and I think I'm gonna be fine. But now experiencing Dr. Barapur passing, I really realize some stuff I'm not in control how I feel.
Do you want to read this in Farsi, if you could, for us? Is there anything there that we should know? I don't know if you can see it, if it's big enough to read it, this part right here. I'm sure his name is there, or I'm not sure. Azar? But I can.
It says here, Keshe Foundation with regret is announcing Dr. Barapur, head of the medical of Keshe Foundation Iran, passed away, and they put Dr. Barapur's name there, and then they say condolences to his family and all the friends, and then they actually recognizing all the hard work and effort he put all these years for Keshe Foundation. That's about it.
Was he in the foundation a long time?
I think when we started Keshe Foundation Iran, it was, I think, 2000. If I'm not mistaken, I think we started January 2018, and then that was the time when we started the Farsi teaching. They heard one of our videos, and then Yusuf John and them, they started to come in. Goes back 2018, I think. About 5 years.
Would you like to comment on any of these pictures that were shared in the chat?
Okay, this is the one. Dr. Bap was sitting there, and there's some knowledge seekers Iranian, and that's my brother and myself there. That was the time when we went, and we had the Keshe Foundation, established Keshe Foundation office there.
Yes, I've seen him in a number of the videos. Usually whenever they had an Iranian video, he was part of it somehow. I remember the COVID and the rest of it, seeing his picture, but I never had a chance to interact really directly with him. I've seen his posts and things.
Actually, he's the one who sometimes comes and asks questions. If you notice, in Mr. Keshe's teaching, and he comes and asks questions in Farsi. That was him. Yeah, this is the office, the first office we signed a lease for a year, and then we did all the lighting of there were a group of people, they came help out with the lighting of the office, setting it up, furniture, we went bought furniture, and everything was established there. This was our first office in Iran, and that was him standing there with one of the knowledge seeker. And actually another knowledge seeker, he's very special person too. He's the one who works in a airplane factory, I think, and they had 4,000 people. And then during COVID, he was the one, he went to everybody's house and with the gases, and he personally stayed with these people and made sure they get well, and he didn't care about himself. And then unbelievably, this guy never got COVID, although he went to every single person that he was in that factory and they got COVID, and he made them well. He was an incredible person. He's an incredible person.
Yes, there's something about these viruses and energy packages about being able to deal with them, interact with them. How much do you want to interact with them, and so on? Mr. Keshe went through a number of different scenarios in a way. I think there's another picture I have here. No, not that one. Okay. I think that's the pictures I have. Anyone else want to make any comments? Or I know it was quite shocking, especially as a young middle-aged man, and then being the head of the medical section of the Keshe Foundation is quite a shock. And Azar, as I said, you worked rather closely in a way with him, at least when you went to Iran or Tehran. Anyone else have any thoughts? But I'll tell you, when I felt that presence of Sander, it just melted me, almost like someone was sharing a dream from the Brazilian team, but it just melted me. I had to say, okay, stop, Sander. I feel you. It was just a melting and a beautiful experience for less than a minute, but it was just, I felt the presence, and I asked for
And also, I have to add this, when I was there this year for Persian New Year, and I went 10 days before the New Year, and then when the New Year started, Dr. Barapur got COVID, and it was really bad one when he got. So for 2 weeks that it was a New Year, he was supposed to travel, go to his family, but he couldn't, so he stayed in, and then he didn't want me to go. So I was in contact with him every day, and his sister first took some food for him, but after that, he didn't want his sister to come to the house, so he would call the food delivery and he would get food, and then he stayed home. But he was really sick, and he had gases at home, so he did a bath and he followed all the protocol. And really took 2 weeks he stayed home. But even after that, because my husband also was working with him, he recommended that he shouldn't come out for another week because he was still could make somebody else sick. So that was really tough time for him during the Persian New Year as well.
okay, for some reason, my mouse is not closing these pictures. I just put it on the charger, but I thought it was charged up. And again, we're all going to have to probably at some point come to this point of separation, aren't we? Or can we extend it to, again, we're going to have to go through this transition period, I think, but I was rather shocked myself to hear of his moving. But again, we're not sad about it. As Mr. Keshe said, every end is a new beginning. So Dr. Barapur is on his new beginning. I think the soul stays around in the area it's familiar with for maybe a couple of weeks or so on. So you may feel a sign or a presence with him, but anytime you can connect. And I don't understand why when the Keshe Foundation, but again, if the soul reaches its what it needs to gather in this position, I think it moves. And no matter how much you're involved or how much you're in love, this happens. And it's hard for us to understand in a way why. But as they say, perhaps the universal community needed him in that position right now. Thank you, Lazar. Anyone else want to add anything?
Thank you, Mark.
Yes, thank you for stopping in. I appreciate that. We appreciate that. Thank you, Dr. Barapur, for all your service to all the communities. And of course, it lays a groundwork for your next, where you're learning to serve unconditionally. I think this is the whole part of what we need to learn about this, as we hear in the formation of the Universal Council. The universe is the oyster for those souls who serve. And certainly Dr. Barapur has served tirelessly in the Keshe Foundation. And he's moved into a different position. Or perhaps he may embed his soul of physicality into another soul and take a break, as Mr. Keshe has said he's done, or even manifest again that soul of physicality within his own soul. So there are some surprises, I think, but thank you again for your service, Dr. Barapur, and for your continued service in the universal community. and wherever you manifest yourself. Anyone
Um,
else have a thought? Thank you, Azar, for sharing. Go ahead.
Mark?
Yes.
Yes, I'm just saying, when we have our community, when we decide to give from our souls for, I think, 5 minutes, can we dedicate it? And I just wanted to know, I'm still not 100% sure. Are we just supposed to give unconditionally and then it's up to that soul to take what it needs? We don't actually, do we actually give straight to his soul? I don't know how that works.
Yes, I think Mr. Keshe said it's all about giving, no taking. This is what we found out in the feeding session as well. It's much easier, or it works, when you give and you're fed rather than try to take what you need to feed yourself. So there's a big key in this giving and taking, even though we're using both. The plasma gives and takes, but it does sound like it's all about giving, not so much about taking. And of course, that's foreign to us because we've all been trained to take extra, get extra. Take is the, just provide for your family and don't worry about the rest. So we have ingrained in the souls that are within us, I think, this taking capability. And this is what we're learning to do, is to give unconditionally rather than taking unconditionally, because we think we need it. And as Mr. Keshe said, we don't possess anything, even though we claim to. Thank you again, Dr. Barapur. I'm sure we'll all think about you from time to time, and perhaps even hear back from Azar. Maybe Dr. Barapur has something special for you. Interaction, either physically or on the soul level. We may hear about that, or from his family. Was his family involved in the foundation at all, or was he trying to bring them along, Azar?
I really don't know anything about his family.
Okay.
I just know he had a brother in Canada and then a sister in Tehran and his parents, and then he was very much devoted to his parents as well. He always went and took care of them, and very gentle guy.
Beautiful. Well, thank you for joining us. Anyone else want to make any comments? Again, we're all going to probably come to this position at some point where we have to make that transition or transmutation, perhaps. And I think Dr. Barapur probably knew quite a bit about the transmutation. We know the soul understands it completely. So I'm sure he's, as Mr. Keshe said, if we knew how beautiful it was, we would end our physicality to get there, but we can't do it that way. So thank you again, Dr. Barapur, for all your service to all communities here and in the universe. Okay. And perhaps Mr. Keshe will be doing something on Thursday. But yes, it's quite a shock. Wondering what happened. Was there foul play involved? Was it just a natural progression? I don't know all the details, but again, I'm sure his soul is in charge. And we'll take him, it already knows its next destination or position that it has to be in. And maybe that was it, the commitment of the soul, that it had to be at a certain place, at a certain position, and it kept its promises to be there. Okay, the offering this month, thank you, Azar, and if anyone else wants to come in. The Elevating the Soul of the Abusers is on for the 30th of June, so you can sign up for that. And again, this is a two-part interaction where we elevated the soul of the children, and now we're elevating the soul of the abusers this month. But next month, in July, Mr. Keshe will be doing 3 sessions, it looked like, and sometimes he'll always add on more. And we can just read this. Connecting with the soul of the creator. And again, the creator is you. I made the man in the image of myself. Wellness through the work of the soul, July 14th, July 21st, and July 28th. Series of sessions are special sessions of 3 hours each for the development of the soul to reach the body of the man to process any conditions at the same time for all participants. This elevation will be for the soul of the man, for the emotion, and for the physicality, for any kind of misfunctioning of the body. This is the first time that we try to reach as many people as possible at the same time, that we can bring all the bodies to perfection at the same time. These 3 sessions will be held in 3 consecutive weeks of July, on the 14th, the 21st, and the 28th. All participants can come in with any elevation of this, all the physical body, the emotion that they might need support knowingly or unknowingly, an elevation for that, the soul of the man in reaching the physicality. This process has been one of the cornerstones of the work application of Keshe Plasma Science and Technology, that we reach everyone at the same time. After the 3 sessions, there will be a 4th session in the following week where we get together to see who, how, and what has changed. Never before a 3-hour session has been held for the processing of the soul of the man to reach the physicality of the man, irrespective of the condition, making it accessible for everyone in every corner of the planet to be reached. Does not matter what they coming in for. This program is done in conjunction with the doctors of the wellness centers of the Keshe Foundation and will be controlled and monitored by them. For the 3 sessions, participants will need to use 2 sets of headphones simultaneously, connected with a splitter to the mobile phone, or using 2 mobile phones connections. For more details, please follow the 489th Knowledge Seekers Workshop, and that's where we're going to go right now. But it would seem if you're going to use 2 headphones, and Mr. Keshe will explain it, you're going to put one on the condition, whether it's a lump, whether it's a pain, whether it's something else, or whether it's, again, maybe just for learning to give more, learning to share more. It could be something on the other end as well. Even cancers, he said, we can try. So whatever wish you have, please feel free to bring that wish recorded, and then apparently it'll be reviewed. And he said for a lump, perhaps you go through these sessions, these 3-hour sessions, and by next July, the lump may not be there. The price is €1,000 plus. I believe there's a 20% value added tax. I see Joseph here. Is that correct, Joseph? Is it 20%? So that would bring this fee to about €1,200 to be transferred to the Keshe Foundation before the first meeting on the 14th of July. But I think it's a 20% fee, so we'd be talking about €1,200 for this. But again, this is let's let Mr. Keshe explain, but again, this knowledge that's gathered in this session will be gathered and then put away in a way for future space development, as I understand it. So let's go here. Any thoughts or comments? And again, this is the largest trial, and he's asking everyone, if they can, whoever can, to participate in this process, because it's going to mean reaching a lot of people, or all people simultaneously. That's what these trials, as we saw with the in China with the swine flu, where he started with a small group, built it up, and then built it up to 700, and now we don't hear about swine flu in China anymore, do we? Or very rarely. I haven't seen any word of it myself. But let's go through this about this session. or these multiple sessions. And again, the biggest trial publicly, I think, that the Keshe Foundation has conducted, and you're all have an offer to be part of it. So let's hear a little bit more. This is about 15 minutes, but it goes into quite a bit of detail.
This is the broadcast of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Education Department and part of the public teachings in English. My name is Rick Crammond. I'll be host once again today, and in these weekly series of workshops that have been going on continuous for nearly 10 years now. And we have had a continuous presence of Mr. Keshe in each of these workshops, always on time and always ready to begin. Mr. Keshe, are you there and ready to go today?
Yes, good morning, good day to you, as usual. Whenever and wherever you listen to this series of knowledge seekers of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Knowledge Share, we welcome you back as usual. And it's interesting to see how the story of the Keshe Foundation and its work is embracing a larger and larger the structure of science, technology, and space. We see with us in the past few months the sessions of meeting with the Creator. And we had so much success and so much understanding and development with these systems, and with the sharing of your time with us, that we have reached a point with our doctors and scientists in the background that this week Keshe Foundation has launched a very interesting international, what we call collaboration with the wellness centers. And we, in conjunction with the doctors, have launched a very unusual meeting with the soul of the Creator and the wellness of the man himself. This program is unusual, as before we had one sessions for one Friday. These sessions, which is not promoted on the Keshe Foundation as a wellness, is for anyone who can join on a 3-week session, which is 7th, 14th, and 21st of July, and the conclusion week on the 28th of July, where we run a 3-hour session in each section. And this is part of in the background of the programs we announced months ago, where we can reach anyone at any point, any destination, for anything that they wish. Would it be addiction? Would it be food? Would it be any wellness conditions that they have? And we think this will open a new dimension in what we call wellness of the man. You have psychological problem, you have a physical problem. It could be you have a tooth pain and you have knee pain or whatever, and you want to see how you can get better, how wellness comes. We are not in a medical world. We are in the understanding of how we can communicate and transfer new technologies, which has come into operation as of next week, more or less, in the process of reaching everything people need at the same time. This is a mass trial, hundreds of people, and we have launched this, and we think this will be one of the prerequisites and part of the space technology development, where we can reach a man at any point. He can connect to systems at any point. And 3-hour duration is more than enough to complete the cycle, and then teach the body in the following weeks to what we call tune itself to it. We want to know how much we can reach and how far we can reach. Somebody called me can you help me with this? Can you help me with that? The only thing is you need 2 sets of headphones, one on your head and one where you want the energy of your soul to be transferred to. You might want a big muscle on one thigh, or you want to have a condition doctors tell you it needs exercising this, or you have any condition else where wellness, you put it on that point. And then we run a massive operation in the background for Keshe Foundation to reach you. You might like a watermelon. You might like to fall in love. We want to every combination. Someone says, can I test it with my cancer? We are not there on the medical side, but if this is your wish, you can try. It's the freedom of the reaching the wellness of the man. I like to feel better in my life. Can we reach you emotionally? And you know where your emotion comes from. So we have launched this. You can go on there. The Keshe Foundation sale is the agent for this operation. They are not running it. They are appointed by the wellness centers to distribute what we call the promotion pack. And it's for 3 sessions, for 3 weeks, for 3 hours each. And it is something, a breakthrough we are looking for. And we do not forget that the Keshe Foundation now is involved in a massive project, one of the leading nations in the world. And whatever we do now on, and we've done in past 10 years, will go into the operation of our signed agreement with the national government. We have become an organization beyond the imagination of many of knowledge seekers. And that's what you wanted, to reach the knowledge, the technology to every man on this planet. And we have signed ourselves into it with one of the leading nations on this planet. And we are working in that progress, that as our agreements come into flourishing part by part, bit by bit, you become part of it. We become part of one nation government in conjunction with another government, which is a leading nation. But the signed agreement is use of the technology for peace. I signed this with the Iranian government in 2007, 2008. And now the new agreement signed with the government stipulates the technology on the basis of Keshe Foundation, technology in exchange for peace. So whatever we do on a larger scale now, you will understand in the coming months and weeks who we sign with, who is our major partner in the national and international operation. And these sessions we put on will allow us, in collaboration with the space technologies, the space agencies, to put a new way to be done. If you're in the international news arena and you can hear, part of the agreements of the Keshe Foundation in the past couple of weeks has been announced by the space agencies internationally. But beyond it has been the discussions which we had, and now we see it appears as a national program till the Keshe Foundation comes in and becomes Keshe Foundation and a nation operation. We have come out of the cocoon of what we call kept silence by governments in Europe, and leading nations in the world have backed the Keshe Foundation. And we'll see the results. You will see it. We're working, the Keshe Foundation team, working very hard in the background, proving, bringing everything step by step, according to our agreements, step by step. National governments want to make sure everything is secure, everything is correct. And for next year or so, 2 years, we'll be working on those levels, step by step, working with the national scientists, government scientists, proving. Many of you knowledge seekers will be called upon to join, to be part of this new work. A number of knowledge seekers have already been approached and going through the transition of becoming part of this Keshe Foundation One Nation operation with the national government. Many of you will be called upon to join according to your expertise, to bring in as part of the 500 strong Keshe Foundation Knowledge Seekers team, which will become part of the national government operation. As we grow, as we develop, as we prove the technology step by step, through the officials, through the test, through the lab, through the scientists, then we go to the next step. It's a massive project we've taken on, and the first phases of the project has already been approved by the governments, and a number of Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers have already started working on these projects. They know what they're doing, and they know they're part of this new revolution and evolution in science. What we would like to understand in the July sessions is how we can feed the man in a space collectively. Colonization for us is not just to move somewhere and colonize, it's to be able to reach everything. We cannot grow all the tomatoes and potatoes in colonization, but we can reach you through the energies of the fields that you are fed. We cannot have shuttles for expats the way American fed Berlin inside Berlin. We do that airdrop through communication lines, through new development of technologies. And as we do this, when we come to the space technology development, and as been announced by governments, the colonization to start in the coming years, then colonization becomes easy. What you've done in the past few months with us, and what we do in July and forward, would allow us to jump that part of the technology that we colonize, but we don't need to take rates every week, every month to feed few people on the moon or few people on Mars. We feed hundreds. The colonization program, which now you hear in the background announcement of the leading nations, will be feeding hundreds of people, not one or two scientists. This is not colonization. Then you understand how important this July session is for all of us. You participate in one of the large scale, multifaceted dimension projects of the Keshe Foundation, which will be implemented in the coming time in the space program. As we said, we come to you when we need help, we come to you when we share our joys, and we come to you when we share the technology. Many of you stopped the habit of the chocolates when it was addiction, and many of you stopped other personal habits. It showed us, yes, we can reach. Many of you showed us how pH can be raised through the technology, how we can make you happy. And now is the phase of multi-faceted dimension, which means you could be hungry, you come for the food in that 3 hours, half an hour of it, another half an hour you want to twitch a muscle, in another half an hour you had a headache, and you divide how you would spend that 3 hours. You send it to us, you record it. I wish, I wanted, and I received. And what I came in for. So it becomes a multi-structure understanding, covering different cultures, different nationalities, different religions, which you all have. And we see how emotion changes in this 12-hour session. So if you go to the Keshe Foundation website and sign yourself to it, please understand the Keshe Foundation accounts in Holland is totally closed. Keshe Foundation, you used to send funds to Keshe Foundation in Holland. All that has closed now. All the payments has to go through the links which is given and go through the same. If you are making donations to Keshe Foundation, please wait till make a further announcement in how it will be set up and the way it's going to go. Coming to the teaching.
Okay, any questions from anyone on how to sign up? I know many of us have been in these monthly sessions, but this seems a very, very important. I think the governments will be looking into what's happening, as he said, for a headache, for a cancer, for whatever you wish and you receive. And this is laying down some sort of basis, and the governments are observing to know that technology is correct, or to see the changes that are being reported and know that we already know we can reach. But now it's going to be codified in a way through these 3 sessions, or 12 hours, as he said, and it should give you enough time for a number of different aspects. Again, the feeding, balancing the emotions, cancers, other conditions, being more of a giver, perhaps. Again, whatever you wish for. Any thoughts or questions? Again, I know it's rather expensive, but you're laying down a program for a whole planet. So in comparison, this is not much if you can find the way to sign up and to participate. And it's not only one way, as Mr. Keshe said, a lot of times you'll receive a gift. Maybe you won't have the craving for chocolate or other things, or more having the ability to feed yourself, again, through the soul, through the energies, and connecting where the soul feeds the soul of physicality, and then the soul of every cell is fed. And again, we're not probably going to learn how to do it completely, because he said even when we have a colonization, we need to be able to reach you. So this is all part of a much, much larger process, and I equate it to what happened with the testing with the swine flu in China and so on, but a much wider array of issues. Maybe you couldn't see out of one eye or one ear, and that problem in a number of months or weeks or could be solved. And this is up to you to record what you wished for and then to report the results to the foundation. So this is a massive test, again, leading into touching everyone simultaneously. So feel privileged and humbled that you can join this offer. I thought we'd continue right into the teachings, as Mr. Keshe said, this understanding of our souls, and he went into quite a bit about the I. And the video we saw, why we feed ourselves at the beginning, is again equating the matter state in a way to understand the field state. As he said, you bring in a small emotion, not an overwhelming emotion, but a small emotion, and we still need to learn how to see the light and understand what we're doing, but we're approaching this way. And he didn't say you need to make any ganses or nanocoat any plates or bring any magravs with you. This is all field interaction. I think this is the way he's directing the knowledge seekers to move into this new cycle of teaching. So let's spend about 7 or 8 minutes, and then we'll go to a couple other things, and then the peace dome. So we're just going to continue on in this workshop. And again, the first part, why we feed ourselves, is a very important to understand. That Lisa created that video, I think, out of the 481st Knowledge Seekers Workshop. But the tests, again, phenomenal if you can be part of it. And you're helping to develop a space program for the entire planet. So again, feel privileged, but also humbled at the same time.
We come to the point of understanding even what the intro was saying. In the last sessions, where we ask you to look through what we call the second screen, second vision, where you close your eyes and you see and you look, and many of you might have tried, but you see darkness. You see no light. Because you have to learn how to see the light. You have to learn how to look at the light. As we said in the intro, You take banana with its vitamin as a seed in your stomach, and it becomes that process of the patch where you send, put a GANS patch on the front with ratio of, let's say, 1, and you put a bigger GANS patch with ratio of 3 at the back, where by the properties and the characteristics of the plasma, the larger tries to feed the weaker, the stronger tries to cover the weaker to bring it back into balance. This is the work of the creation, always balance and not to be better. I give for you to be equal to me. And in that process, as knowledge occurs, we transfer energies through the body. You take banana, and the banana creates the GANs and then opens the transition of the vitamins, which is in the banana, to be absorbed from the environment. And we know that the environment exists because we call it aura of the body of the man. Aura of the body is not just the heat of the skin, it's all these energies which banana and the others change. If you keep and looked at the aura pictures which is created, it changes by your food, it changes by your emotion, what you take, what you give. Now it's the same with your vision. You look, say, I don't see anything. It's dark. The secret to it is that you have to set the seed in your emotion, in your soul. And we tested this, as you heard in the intro, in hundreds of you who came to LINS. Our doctors testing this continuously with those of you who are in different processes with them. You set the seed of, I want to see my mother. I want to show love. And you create that seed, that love, not so strong that you overwhelm the love of the mother. You become that banana. That with it, you get the communication line with the soul of the mother. This is the secret of using the second vision. You can have and you can deal with hundreds of people at the same time. One secret which mankind has not understood about the structure of his eye is the color of his eye, the shape of the eye. You have an eyeball, and then you have a different color circle, which is the shape of the universe, shape of a plasma. Why your colored part of the eye is round? There is a reason for it. It absorbs certain strength fields in a dimension of the plasma. You see that color, the color of your eye, dictates the emotion you carry, dictates even the color of your skin, dictates the color of your hair. Because it's not just a vision, it's not just for you to see, it's the line of emotion. It's why we have different cultural, mental differences in the nations, what we made nations of us, and the cultural behavior we created. A slight change in the tone of the eye creates different emotion. And this becomes part of the characteristics of life. Now, if you look at your eye, you just see the color part. But the most important part of your eye is the white part, not the color part. The color part is for your physicality. The white part is part of your soul. It's where the soul transmutes, where the soul always, irrespective of the color, keeps its communication, its line of opening. We're always looked at the color part of the eye. Our doctors look into it because they are physical doctors. When you dream, you don't go through that channel. When you dream through the white. It's a travel, the space dimension of the soul. This is why when I keep on telling you, you live a two-dimensional life without knowing. The eye of the man looks at the person in front. The soul of the man through the white sees the soul of the person. We have ignored the most important part of our lives. What happened to the blind people?
So again, he said, we've ignored the most important part of our lives here. And this is a reactor. Obviously, the eye is a huge reactor. Information coming in, energies going out, and information going out, energies and information coming in. And again,
Mark?
yes. Go ahead.
So does the white part of the eye always have to be white? What if it's red?
I think Mr. Keshe addressed that, didn't he? He said you'll have to ask the person why the eye is red. But I don't think the redness will affect the soul seeing through that part.
Right, I think so too.
Yeah, he sort of addressed that, but this is the way I think the foundation is going in this new cycle of teaching, where he said, you know, we need to work on the field interactions. And we're already doing it, but we just weren't aware of it. And he said we already have all the apparatus. It's not that we don't understand it, we haven't used it. Or not that it doesn't function, but we just haven't, it's sort of rusty in a way. And the same with growing limbs and so on, like that, which we all used to do. And he said every structure, the vertical people, the horizontal people, all have this ability to lose a limb and grow it back if it's done in the right way. So this is the beauty of and grace of our own reactors that we all carry. And no one can tell you, because you hold the key to opening this up. No one can tell you you're doing it wrong. You got to twist this way and that way. It's you who has the key. So this is what I've been thinking, that when he says you don't need any prophets, well, you don't need anyone else to tell you how to do this in a way. Yes, we're being shown, we have to learn more, but as far as any of the other knowledge seekers who don't really understand it, this will eliminate, I think, that process, because it's all up to ourselves as individuals. Only you hold the key, and there's no formula, Mr. Keshe said. And a lot of it has to do with living the life befit Mitra. Again, thinking good, speaking good, and doing good. And only you can control that. And when that is in play, or an aspect of it is in play, I think dimensions open up. And you start to see through this, the physicality, but you also start to see through this other dimension into the universal community. Ike, did you, or Diane? Yes.
Yeah, Mark, yeah. Remember when I shared with you what happened to me with a meditation I went to? I'll share it again.
Yes, please refresh us. There's so many things going through our,
yeah.
so many different knowledges. I can't even place what knowledge seekers workshop. I've heard certain things. And
I know.
Where did this come from? Was it the last one? Was it 3 ago? He's delivered so much information, but yes, tell us your understanding, if you would
Yeah.
like to, please.
Well, I wonder if anyone can help me understand what happened. Okay. I was going to a
Are
meditation.
you looking for a prophet or a guru?
I'm just looking for
Well,
understanding.
Okay. go ahead.
No, no, the meditation was run by a medicine man, and I think there was about 10 of us. It was at a house, and like you all go quiet and everything, and you go, and he runs the meditation, like he guides you through the meditation. And he was guiding us. I can't remember, just it was somewhere at the beginning, and everyone had their eyes closed, and it was all of a sudden just a bright light was in my head. Like that's all I saw was bright white and something, a touch of blue in the side, on the right hand side. And like I freaked out.
Yeah.
And of course I always keep quiet because I don't like disturbing other people. And I just opened my eyes and everybody was just busy, like, or not busy, but they were in meditation, and nobody was doing, nobody noticed anything. It was just me. So I just closed my eyes and like, so, and I can't remember if I ever asked him if, like, what might have happened to me. I don't think I did, because I don't know what happened to me. I
Yeah,
wonder if,
no, it's an amazing thing. Again, that we're just learning about this. I thought the eyes were important, very important, but Mr. Keshe said we ignored the most important part of our lives.
yeah,
So-
well, I guess it'd be my like inner eyes or something, because my eyes were closed. Usually when they're closed, it's,
Mhm, you shut the physicality down, I think, when you close the eyes in a way.
yeah, and I was just going into the meditation, and all of a sudden it just like, all of a sudden everything was like white, and this blue thing, bulb or whatever, was to the right. Like,
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, again, I think everyone's going to share different experiences, but he said we have to learn how to see the light and to feel the light or interpret what's going on. There's a number of more steps to it, but we're just trying to bring the awareness of it here.
yeah, I don't, if anyone can enlighten me on anything, or if not, that's okay. Like, I just wanted to share that and hope.
Yeah, well, we're going to keep practicing. Even in the last workshop, he said, try to do it during the break, and that break only lasts just a few minutes. So once we understand this, I think we'll be able to do it pretty, it's happening again automatically, but we're just not fully aware of it, or not aware of it at all. We only thought the eye was for seeing in the physical dimension. But now we're seeing that the white of the eye, and I know he talked about, and maybe that's why this picture is like this. I was just thinking about this. He said when you pass away or you die, the eyes in most cases roll up so the soul can exit. So only the white part is there, and the pupil or the iris is up here. So if we can learn to roll our eyes up, perhaps that's part of it. Again, it's not an uncomfortable, it's a little bit uncomfortable, but again, if you practice it, maybe it becomes more comfortable as far as looking up with your eyes closed. That's what I've been practicing. But here is the white part, and this is the part the soul uses, according to what we just heard. And that's why you see aspects of the dream, I believe, is because the information is being picked up somewhat by the eye, and you're seeing it as a daydream or a dream. But now we can learn to do it really consciously, as he said. So I thought we'd share that part. And
Mark,
yes,
can
yes.
I yes,
Go
to
right ahead.
Diane, I don't know if you would know what I mean, but when we can give light with our right hand, for example, doesn't always have the energy pouring out, but I belong to a group called Sukyo Mahikari, and we would use our right hand, and to that third eye, you would point your hand and the light would come out. I mean, not the light, but the energy, you could feel it kind of buzzing like a bee in a way, coming out. And it was pointed in the area of the third eye. So we also kept our eyes closed. So at that point, I did see a lot of different light coming from in my eyes. But also I had an experience, I think the last workshop or the one before, I did see, I just suddenly decided I was going to open that curtain, and I saw it wasn't a regular, perfectly round shape, bit rough around the edges, but it's almost as if it was opening, going into a huge, huge area of white light. So, and the feeling, I'm just trying to think of how to express it. It's sort of like you don't look into your third eye way back behind you. You look at it sort of almost in the area where it's supposed to be. You know, you kind of focus a little bit in that area where your soul should be. And I also went from my heart, like what I feel, how I'm feeling, and then it helps me go. I don't know what you were feeling in the meditation. Maybe you were connecting with your emotion.
Oh, that's the first thing that we like go in our heart. That was the first.
Yeah, very
Med-
good. That's two of us.
But this is the beauty of it. Rather than trying to twist the wires and get it right and get it rightly nano-coated and get it covered with you already have a perfect system already set up within yourself, but we're always looking outside of ourselves. And this is where I think Mr. Keshe is going in these new cycle of teaching in a way, is to start using our own reactors. This is what the satellite souls are going to do, and probably every one of us, but we're all going to be able, we have the capability, we just haven't used it. And he said by the end of the century, this planet will be more or less depopulated down to about 2 billion people, because everyone will find a way to access this interaction, or perhaps do the full transmutation. That's what it sounds like to me. If their physicality is not here, then they've done the full transmutation. But we're still in the beginning stages of all of this. But this is why he went through the UFO and the reactors and the magrevs, and now bringing us to use our own perfectly set, created by the soul. We know the soul has created the soul of physicality and the rest of the physicality, as I understand it. Although the physicality trapped the soul, it finished the creation process, as I understand it, where those cells divided, and then there was a stagnation, and then the soul came in and provided the energies and finished the rest of the work. So this is what we're finding out, that we're walking around with these systems within us. They're just rusty. They're there. Zero-time communication is there. Wellness is there. And this is what he said. You become the last man standing, where you don't need a prophet or a messenger or a guru to tell you how to do things. And this way, when you go to space, you won't be deceived. Diane, did you want to add any more?
I just wanted to thank you and everyone. Thank you, Gabe. And thank you, Mr. Keshe, for the teaching. We're still ongoing.
Yeah, and of course, practicing anything, normally we don't get it the first time or the second time, but it's a process of learning. So you just don't do it once and you've gotten it. Maybe some people have, but he said very few have achieved this in the universe. And we know the ones in the UFO are quite envious of man being taught this process, but we'll teach them as well, come down the road a bit. But if they, as Mr. Keshe said a number of times, if they knew how to fly with their soul, they wouldn't be in the UFO. So man is gaining an understanding of his own beauty and creation and how to use it, little by little, bit by bit. Mr. Keshe is slowly bringing this in. But we're so physical, as he said in that 272, when he finishes with this teaching, he said the first thing someone's going to ask is, how do I make the GANs to do this? But again, we're trying to create an awareness between the two. And he said, when you learn this, and you can learn to sort of embed your soul in another physicality or create a physicality through your own soul, this is the biggest magic. And I think that's later on in the teaching. But this is the biggest magic, where you can play off the physicality against the energy state and gain that aspect of eternal existence. You don't always have to be doing something. Maybe there'll be times when you'd like to rest. As we heard, he stayed embedded in the stone for centuries, just watching humanity go by. And when you're in that dimension, there's no time, or you're really not aware of the time. Everything is at zero. So if you were there 100,000 years or 1 minute, it wouldn't seem like it's any different in that position, in the energy dimension. Physicality, the time starts. But yes, this aspect of being able to embed your soul in another physicality, or being able to create the physicality with your own soul, is what all this is leading to. And that's done with your own reactors, as I understand it. What we've been making and seeing and building is just to get us to this point of understanding this movement of energies. Again, I'm not there. I don't pretend to be there. I have much, much to learn. Okay, I thought we would cover, again, just as a disclaimer and so on, this understanding about making certain ganses. And I know Mr. Keshe said at one point you can make a gans of anything, but there are some caveats, as we'll hear here, of certain things you don't want to make in the world of ganses or gases and nanosolid. Or gas that makes a nano of itself and appears as a solid in the matter state. But this was a question about aluminum GANs, and then he went into the lead and the mercury, a little bit about the plutonium and the uranium.
I believe he's from Poland, who says, hello, Mr. Keshe, I've recently made some aluminum GANs and aluminum amino acid. Is my deduction correct that if we could use fields of aluminum amino acid on a person to help them if they're suffering from aluminum poisoning? From what I've learned to this point, I'm deducing that fields of aluminum amino acid would interlock with fields of cells of poisoned person, and aluminum GANs content in these amino acid would interlock its fields with fields of aluminum in the body and balance it. So now the aluminum in the body would have its fields detached from the cells, and the body would have an easier time removing it. Is this deduction close to what would happen?
Theoretically, you're correct. Reality, you never touch aluminum at all. Aluminum, lead, and a couple of other materials should never be used by knowledge seekers. You should never produce the GANs of it. Doesn't matter even if you produce it and keep it somewhere. These materials have affinity to attach to, due to construction of the field plasma interaction, presence of magnesium, and presence of conversion of the fields due to presence of the different field strength, to solidification or manifestation of this matter in the brain. We have the same problem with mercury. So theoretically, you're correct. Physically, I advise you, with the knowledge we have, never ever make gases of aluminium, mercury, or lead, and a couple of others. Because it is field strength, is on a field strength of the part of the emotion of the man. You think you're removing, but you can add more misery into the whole work. You never, in a physical human body on this planet, should make these three gases. If you made them, put them in a container of themselves and bury it deep in the ground. And if you can, build a concrete cocoon for it that it stays there for a long, long, long time. That it doesn't even seep out to harm other creatures of this planet inside the planet. So my advice to you is don't even think about it. Next question.
So I guess his next question, you would probably say no, as far as other uses would aluminum GaNs have in respect to plasma devices like the MagRev power unit, plasma capacitors, or
No.
plasma batteries?
Do not use. It's just its field strength. Its field strength is very close to some of the field strength of the amino acid of the brain and emotion. Aluminum poisoning or extra aluminum fields can create dementia, internal bleeding, blindness, loss of orientation. We know this especially from Eastern Bloc. In Eastern Bloc, prior to 1990s, they use aluminum-based poisoning for rats and for disinfecting silos with rice and grain and flour. And all the workers who use spray this have ended up with massive problems. They had special teams disinfecting. And all the workers in these teams have shown long-term huge problems. So don't even go near any shape or form with these things.
Okay, there's more there, but I think we've gotten clearly the message that do not touch, do not make, and now we know how to handle them if they were made. But we have heard from many that said they have made these things, especially the lead, I think, not so much the aluminum, but I have heard about lead being made into a GaNs. And what he's talking about with these silos, I don't even think the material was made into a GaNs. It was just being sprayed as some sort of aluminum powder mixed in with something perhaps, but there was probably no GaNs involved. But you can see how we should definitely, again, do not touch or get involved with those. And he goes on to say a little bit more about plutonium and uranium. Not that we have access to it, but he did go a little further with it. So I thought now we'd, any questions or comments about that subject? because we've heard many in different applications seem to use it. I've never made one myself, although I did get some fishing weights, and I said I would someday make a GANS of this. I guess it wasn't the right time at the time. I don't know what I think I was trying to do something with a car unit, but now we see should not touch it at all because of the fields and the emotions somehow gets interconnected and can cause all kinds of issues from blindness to dementia. And I know we see the aluminum in our deodorant, I think in the toothpaste, and even on the toothpaste, it has a warning label if you swallow more than a pea-sized amount of it to call a medical center. And children have a practice of swallowing it because of the taste. They don't know about the other products in there. So that was just sort of an overall disclaimer. And again, it didn't sound like there were any exceptions for it. Any other thoughts? Anyone want to add?
Yes, I do.
Go right ahead.
I'm thinking about things like what do you call the I'll think of it. Okay, Alexi beads. We use some aluminum. I understand that aluminum foil is supposed to be a bit different,
Matter
but
state, yeah.
but the thing is, we also add GANs, and that to me means that it can actually change.
Well,
we can,
we're using the aluminum in the matter state to bring the energy into the matter state, converting it from an AC to a DC, or to bring it into the matter state, I guess, as an AC. But yeah, that's matter state aluminum you're using. And you can use zinc. You could use zinc. You could use another.
Yeah, I think that would be wise.
You don't have to use aluminum, but that's pretty common. Everyone has very thin aluminum that we cook with every day or wrap up things with.
Well, I hope not.
But that was just to bring the energy into the matter state. It needed something to interact with on those Alex.
It would be really helpful, I think, if we could get a bit of a small workshop on that, or someone can ask the question with that extra information to it. Because when you put the GANs, you're changing that composition. It's no longer matter state.
Right. Well, you're not making a GANS of aluminum. You're using.
Yes, but if you add any GANs to it, it's potential to change it.
I've never heard that, but it's possible. Anything we know, no limitations.
I mean, when we add our plates, for example, to your GANs, and how is it that the fields are being changed, or we're putting it into a higher energy state, which is a plasma? So is it plasma, which can then be, we're going to produce from the nano coating, we're going to produce the GANs. So I think we really need to have some very clear information on that.
Well,
we really don't
stay away from it. Do not touch it. So
okay, I'm throwing out all of my aluminum foil.
No, the aluminum foil is not the issue. We have aluminum in many things in the home. A lot of things are made out of aluminum. Many cars have bodies of aluminum. I think that all the Tesla cars are made of aluminum. That's one of the problems in the repair, that they're so expensive, but they're not made into a GANS of itself. Which is
how do you know?
Stronger. Yeah.
What I think about is, well, you burn your aluminum pot. What have you done? You've nano coated it. So therefore,
don't put it in any salt water with plain aluminum.
So I just think, I mean, that's why I never buy an aluminum pot that has not got a ceramic coating on it.
Yes, I got away from aluminum myself when I heard they were finding it in the brain and so on, in the matter state.
Yes, that's what I'm saying, because that means our bodies, which produce the GANs and everything, are actually creating something from the action of our reactors and our GANs and everything else. So I would think it's something we should really look at.
Yeah, the main thrust again is do not touch, do not go and make a GANs of aluminum, lead, mercury, or plutonium.
Want to know if I'm making ganses and so on, if I burn my pot.
No, you're nano coating it.
Yes, and then,
That's fire coating.
What-
Yeah.
The thing is,
then-
Gail,
yes,
you should
Yeah.
never use a metal scrub on the aluminum pot inside, because
Yeah.
that, if you leave it shine, that is dangerous for cooking.
Right.
But
I
then
think
you-
I would be more concerned, Gail, with deodorants and things along that line.
so I
because-
never ever buy those
Right,
things.
you're putting, I know they have a lot of aluminum-free deodorants, but a lot of people, including myself, have used those for years and years and years. And you're
Yep.
putting it right, again, that's matter state aluminum, but it's probably not healthy. And as Mr. Keshe said, the GANs of it do not touch. So that's the point I wanted to stress here.
Not to mention anything with sodium lauryl acetate, that's deadly.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, thanks. But I still want to have a lot of explanations and really look into that. I think
Okay.
we have to. Thank you, guys.
Very good. Anyone else want to make a comment? Before we go into sort of an overall view here of a geopolitical situation, Mr. Keshe is talking about what's happening in China and Ukraine and the war and the dam and the rest of it. So let's just spend another few minutes here
Mark,
just to get a bigger You go ahead, John, please.
there's a very small amount, but if you got a lot of vaccines given to you, you got aluminum and mercury in the vaccines, in every single one of them.
Mhm. Yeah.
And I've heard of people being given between 20 and 40 vaccines altogether in hospitals.
Yeah, I think Mr. Keshe addressed that again in this workshop. Doesn't understand why they're doing it, or well, he probably does, but again, I think he's pointed it out to the pharmaceuticals, and maybe they've got away from that, but they've gone into some other product. And again, Mr. Keshe is not against vaccines, but he's against certain components that are in there. So, and how they're introduced in such a short period of time, perhaps spacing them out would be more helpful to the person that's taking them, let's say. But he's not against vaccinations. Although the way they're structured today, there's a lot of questions. And he's raised it, I believe, with the pharmaceuticals, and they know. So let's go to our overall view of what's happening in China, and not to make any other country envious, but this is just the development that China is going through, and that they've pledged their nation to peace, as I understand it. And so they'll be receiving the advanced technology and the advanced defense technology as well. But I think the space program will change its direction very soon. I know they announced the colony on the moon by 2030 or so on. Mr. Keshe says within 24 months, and we'll have the champagne ready for you when you get there. So there may be, once they see a different approach to this, or maybe try, because the foundation is integrated in with this large world government. And as he said, he talks about China a lot, and there's a reason for it, because they've pledged their nation to peace, I believe. It hasn't come out formally, but they're going to allow the countries to announce it themselves, and their work with the Keshe Foundation. That's part of the agreement. So you may not hear Mr. Keshe talk about it a lot, but they're waiting for the governments to come forward. And that's why in these July sessions, it's very important. There'll be a number of governments making observations, and I believe data will be shared with them as well, to see this process and to internalize it to their own national governments. But China is leading the way at this point. So let's just hear an overview, in a way, of the nature of geopolitics.
Proclaimed in hours to days. Can you tell us more about that?
It's been settled. This is very interesting.
Let me
The-
back it up. I'll just go back.
It's posted both in the chat and the Q&A, so I've translated. The first question is,
I think you missed the first question. They didn't understand it completely, so we're just going to go to the second part of the question.
Can you repeat that?
you mentioned, it says you mentioned that in the monthly meetings, I'm assuming the one of the flight meetings,
Yeah.
a child of the earth should be begotten by those involved. Can you tell us more about it?
Explain what you mean.
Okay, well, she'll have to, or he or she will have to put that in the chat. We can go to the second question, though. It says, you said a month ago that world peace would be proclaimed in hours to days. Can you tell us more about that?
It's been settled. This is very interesting. Even you see separate things happening in different ways. The basis, fundamental world peace basis has been settled. So much so that the Chinese have taken lead on this, and economical power of them is dictating it. The hot spots of the war past 50, 100 years has been Middle East and a strong influence of the Americans. We saw the same thing in Africa for a long time with between the communists and the rest. And this situation has been settled two ways. The basis for the world peace is now fully grounded by the Chinese. It's the beauty of the leadership presidency of China. They pushed they stood on the sideline. They didn't take side, but they pushed the mighty power of purchasing power to influence those who were purchasing from them. That you want us to purchase, this is a new way. Find a solution. American pushed war between the neighbor country of Saudi to bring Iran into war as supporting that country. And it was very lucrative for the Americans and the Israelis. They sold everything to it. And the Saudis blinded with gold, black gold. And Chinese came in, said the stability comes when we have a continuous supply and there is a peace in Middle East and Persian Gulf, in that part of the world. The wisdom of military did not work. The wisdom of finance and collaboration worked. So much so that this week Iran, after 7, 8 years, has opened its embassy and consul in Saudi Arabia. We see the same thing. The United Arab Emirates canceling a number of military agreements with Americans in favor of collaboration, bigger expansion with China. We're seeing a massive injection of 400 billion by the Chinese into gas lines of Iran. And they want to make sure these gas lines have never been damaged or there is nothing. So they needed this peace, economical peace with Saudis. We see the same pattern in Africa. And next month's meeting of the BRICS with 20 new nations on the board, lining up to join, devaluing the dollar. And this now has pushed the Americans to change direction. More, maybe short term, trying to get nations back, but long term, knowing they lost the ground to the Chinese. And President Xi uses this for a very prudent way of doing it, because they push with their massive construction companies that we give this, but we do this. China might lose long term, but short term will guarantee the long term success. And we will see the same very soon in the next few months in Ukraine. Vatican will pay heavily for their interference in Ukraine. And we've seen it even in the past 2 or 3 days by breaking up the dam in Ukraine, either way, accidentally or deliberately. A huge plan by the Western allies to push the war into the line of the Russia and maybe beginning of another war. A huge number of soldiers and hardware have been washed down the Rhine. They don't tell us in the West, but military reports, official reports in military shows hundreds and thousands of vehicles have washed down the line. So all the promises of getting back now has become a bigger danger with other things. But China will be the beneficiary of this dam. They will rebuild this dam. No government has the financial backing and the material backing of China to build this dam. Billions of dollars. But with what we see sitting in the side of the Keshe Foundation with the support, agricultural support and new technologies, Ukraine and grain bread baskets will soon be replaced by China. By 27-30, China will become an exporter of grain, replacing Ukraine. This is the biggest mistake Vatican made in encouraging this war. And the Americans will pay for it more heavier because the Chinese grain will not be modified. And Keshe Foundation will have a huge hand in this development. By 2027, 30s, China will become one of the major natural, normal, beautiful, non-GMO seeds, which again pushes the Americans back, and all these so many deaths we see in the farmers in Africa and Asia, which they cannot, every year they have to buy the seed. So in general, we'll see a massive change or shift, but it has to be fundamental. It cannot be by top. We know clearly situations like Taiwan will be resolved by Chinese in a very amicable way because the Americans trying to use it as a hotspot. But we'll see Taiwan to become part of the mainland China in the next 5 to 7 years. Chinese don't war. They don't go to war to create, war to get. They use wisdom. And it's the wise way to do it. And the only beneficiary we'll see, it's a long term, is Chinese. And they use that for peace. And the seed for the world peace has been set by the Chinese leadership. And you will see it. They tell me I support Chinese a lot with this and that, but we sit there with reality. We sit, we watch, we've been part of the structure. And we see how the changes are coming in. What comes in the Western newspapers is a bunch of lies, which has only lie readers. That's the only way they can keep their, what I call colonial time alive. But in fact, there's no colony left. As a Chinese ambassador told me once in Brussels in 2010-11, he said, now colonization comes with science. If we get hold of scientists like you, you're an oil well, we become rich. No more lands, can replace the new technology and sciences that scientists like you bring. And that oil well has landed in China. And we see the whole angles of the development. And it's not based on military might, it's based on fairness and what we call development of the peace. So you make more money out of peace than the few factories making guns.
So as you can see, Mr. Keshe traveled to China a few years ago, and he's laid down, I think, the basics and shown them quite a bit. And it took a little bit of maneuvering, I think, within the structure of the Chinese system to actually break this open. I know there were some people who were blocking, and apparently they've been pushed to the side. I don't know exactly what side, but anyway, they're not in the main. And what Mr. Keshe did in China was he showed the eradication of the swine flu and also a beautiful agricultural program and probably many, many other things. I know he talked about dialysis being done remotely, and they have MRIs without tubes and needles, growing heart walls or valves. And that's also been recorded on a MRI imaging. I haven't seen any of that, but this is what was reported to us when Mr. Keshe had spent 2 or 3 years, I believe, in China and working at the highest levels and had carte blanche to any location within China. And of course, we know he had received the Li Fang Award, which means you're a total giver and you serve the nations. Not only the Chinese nation, but right now they have taken up this mantle of peace, and with wisdom, it's going ahead. And so the GMO product will be eventually eliminated, I believe. So people will still be eating along the way, but they won't be eating much of the genetically modified crop. And of course, Mr. Keshe has shown how those seeds can be reversed back into their what they call heirloom seeds, or their previous natural condition before modification, which can be done by the GANs and probably was shown. But again, these things are proprietary. The knowledge seekers are attempting to play with it, but there's proprietary methods which is not shared with the public. It's only shared intergovernmentally. So the BRICS nations are growing. They're going to add 20 more nations. I know the United States has been asked a number of times repeatedly over the years to join in with the BRICS, but apparently at this point in time, we're not ready, and hopefully we'll be ready soon for this peace process, and we can be part of it and also join in with the space program as well. So it's a win-win situation that's being developed for everyone on this planet. Any thoughts or comments from anyone before we go to the Dome of Peace? And we thank the Brazilian team for putting that together a lot with their daily intentions. And then on Wednesday, the elevation of the International Atomic Energy Agency and so on. Everyone can join in this process. Whoops, that's not the one I wanted. It's this one. And this is part of the peace process where the Universal Council invites the Keshe family and the Universal Council family in unifying at the soul level every day at 2100 p.m. CET, which I believe is, well, my time would be different, but it's 2100, which I think is 9 p.m. Central European summertime for the elevation of all souls and the protection of the physicality in the universe. So as we're finding out, we're creating the Peace Dome through using our physicality and releasing GAN's waters, but then we're taking it to the second step of using our soul or the energies of our soul in giving to this process. And the Brazilians have been instrumental, and they're continuing this process, and you can feel free to join them, and you'll find that in the various telegrams or on YouTube. But this is, as Mr. Keshe said in the second step, don't just do it once a week, do it all the time. And he alluded to it again in this workshop. We only have time to think good, to speak good, and do good. It's all about giving, and there's no taking involved. So feel free. Again, it's not a meeting in Zoom. This one we're talking about here. It's not in Telegram. It's just the souls collectively coming together. And that's what we're going to do right now for the peace process. And this is the first part of it where we release GANs waters, and they've been releasing them in China for years and years, as I understand it. And this brings balance into a situation as the GANs knows where to go and what to do when it gets there. So let's hear the first part.
I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I
With a
will
nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Okay, and again, that's something for your physicality to do. We're constantly seeing this working in the matter state, working with the physicality, and then working in the energy dimension. So you can see both spectrums in a way in almost everything. But again, he's asking us to move into more of a field state interaction rather than the plasma in the matter state. Nothing wrong with it at all. And however you want to play, you can play. But it just seems like start using your own reactors is, in that way, you take them with you. It's a knowledge you'll carry to eternity with you, rather than understanding it in the matter state so much. And I was thinking earlier that maybe it's good that we didn't achieve all the results we wanted in making the Maghreb, because we probably would have stopped there. We wouldn't have gone any farther, because then we said, oh, we can create a lot of energy. We can show the others how to do it. Now let's do it with health. So we would never have gotten to the field state so much interactions with our own reactors if we had it.
Used us with misuse.
Okay, go ahead. I'm going to mute you, Gail.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that
Go
they
right
would have,
ahead.
yes, they would abuse or use that situation to actually control us again, I guess you can say.
Okay.
And because it would be taken over. So yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
that-
right. I think this is the beauty of this is what we're discovering. All of these things that are a little bit rusty within ourselves. They're all there, but we've forgotten how to use them. And this is what I think the foundation is teaching all of us. That you have the perfect system already set up, you just need to access it. So now this is part of the accessing, I think, is using your own energies. And this is the second step of the Dome of Peace. So here we have a matter state application. Now we go to the energy state. And he didn't say stop spraying the GANs waters. He said we continue this process until we reach a permanent peaceful condition on this planet. And this is just an aspect of it. So we go to the second part of creating the Dome of Peace. Thank you, Shweta, and thank you, Stefania.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls. Here. Okay. I'll read. this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the dome of peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. Keshe. Thank you.
And thank you again, Shweta. And now let's just take 5 minutes. Would anyone like to add anything here? But this is the process. Again, he's not saying write letters. He's not saying send emails. He's not saying make placards and go out and protest. He's asking that we start to practice and learn about working through the energies of the soul collectively. And again, collectively, we're much stronger than we are individually. And this is the way the Universal Council is learning to work, to give through our energies that we see the solutions manifest in the matter state. And whether it takes a minute or an hour or a week or a year, this is the process. When all souls agree and everything is correct, then we see a solution if the wish was correct. And we know the wish for peace is correct, and we can all be part of it. But just, again, understanding these or becoming aware of this dimension of working with the physicality, in the physicality so much, and now this dimension of working with the energies. And it's for us to practice this. Again, it's not a one-time, you do it and you've gotten it. It's going to take some development, and obviously he's going to show us more tricks and more understanding in the July sessions of working this way. So let's just back this up, and we'll take 5 minutes to do that practice if we can. There, so it's 5 minutes of silence for the elevation, and we can add, of course, Dr. Barapur and anyone else you'd like to add to your elevation. As he said, we can communicate to hundreds of people simultaneously. This is the understanding of working with the soul, that it has an unlimited, it appears, line of communication once you're tapped in or trying to tap into the universal family or community. So let's take 5 minutes of silence and practice using our own reactors, which again, we've never even thought we carried them with us. We did in a way, but we always turn to the matter state of finding solutions there. And again, Mr. Keshe indicated that he gave an example when you give a child a new toy and he takes the toy out of the box and he plays with the box rather than the toy. And perhaps that's where we are. Maybe that was the metaphor he was trying to convey, that we want to go to this beautiful, unique creation we have and start to learn how it works. Or remember what we used to understand of how it works. So let's take 5 minutes and we can begin now. Thank you all. And I think this is the most effective way we know of reaching other souls. And it doesn't even have to be the world leaders. It can be your neighbor. You're having an argument and so on. So again, we're trying to find peace within ourselves, peace within the planet, and then peace with the universal community. But it is the most effective way we know of. The letters and the emails will never get even read by any world leaders. They're so well insulated. But with touching through the dimension of energies, their soul is instantaneous, or at least we provide the fields for their elevation to come up to the a bigger level of understanding, let's say. Any other thoughts from anyone? So you can join the Brazilian team, and thank you so much, Brazil, and your effectiveness in that process will continue, Mr. Keshe says, because you've created so much energy there. But thank you for showing us the way, in a way, that you've continued on with this process, and it's unrelenting. And we're seeing the changes. And this is the way the changes are being brought for the children and for the abusers as well. And now we're going to be going to Alex, I think, if he's ready to come in. We can play the disclaimer and go right into the teaching.
Thank you.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And now we'd like to welcome Alex. We're very happy to have you with us, Alex. And you've been so consistent in delivering this knowledge and perhaps sharing with us aspects of the technology, aspects of the knowledge we may not have considered, or aspects we perhaps need to understand more of. So thank you very much for coming in. And what do you have lined up today? Is it intermediate, advanced, or are we going in a different direction? Okay, we see your screen is just coming into view. Not yet, it's almost there. There it is. And again, thank you, Alex, for joining us and sharing with us, as we have done in so many different parts of the world through the Keshe Foundation.
Sorry, just give me one moment, please.
Sure. Problem. Alex is adjusting a couple of his settings, perhaps, or he may have had a phone call he had to take. So we'll patiently wait for him to come back in. But it's just amazing that we can start to work through this very effective method of the energies of our souls, that we're huge field generators. We haven't realized, and I don't think we've even tapped into some of these fields we can create, because there's still tricks or aspects of it that we're not aware of. But bit by bit, we're being brought in to understand more of the beautiful creation the soul has created here. or anywhere in the universe. Go ahead, Alex, please.
I'm very sorry. I had an important interruption.
That's okay. We all
And,
do.
Okay. Now we've got to get realigned here.
Okay, I was asking you, is this going to be an intermediate, advanced, or super advanced teaching?
I think it's going to be clumsy is what it is.
That's okay.
Okay. Okay, I'm gaining my composure.
Yeah.
Well, so no, we have to progress. We have to move forward.
We are. We appreciate your help in helping us to understand more.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for being here on this beautiful Sunday afternoon. Obviously, it's a North American teachings, but it involves all 6 continents, and I want to thank all the participants here who make this such a powerful meeting. And I also want to make a special dedication to Dr. Farzam Barapur. And thank him and his soul for all the work and contributions. And I'm sure that that is going to be going on an enhanced level. So welcome everybody as we continue with the teachings of Marin Teva Keshe with respect to the plasma science. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science. We're in the advanced outer space session. We're going to discuss the initiator today. My name is Alexander. I'm from Canada. It is June the 11th, 2023. This is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. As I said, it's part of the advanced outer space series, and we've gone through so many over the last couple of years. And we have to remember that what we're trying to do is to condense the thousands of hours of teaching and be not only respectful to the mature students, but we have to be respectful to the newcomers as well, and try and speed things along, because the rate of change is what's the final outcome. And with the added knowledge and the building blocks of the knowledge coming together and combining with the initiator. And who is that initiator? We can move faster, because what we're doing is we're searching for outer space. And we've always been satisfied with that little piece of pie in the sky. And even for that, who is the initiator? And obviously, the sky and the universe is a lot bigger than our little pie. Well, who's the initiator of that? So when we look at this book number 2, The Structure of Light, and we see that there's a ways and a means from getting from here to there, and obviously back again. And so we need to understand this. So this is all part of the teachings, and now we understand what the difference is between heaven and hell. And so we understand that we are the artificials. We are the ones that paint the pretty pictures, and we are the ones that create the heaven. And so we all simply dream of simply irresistible bigger pies. And doesn't matter how big the pie, our piece is just a piece of that whole pie. And so when we look at the whole pie of the Earth space, we have to question, at some point, the Earth space was initiated. And how did the initiation of Earth space become a violation in Earth space? And so does that mean now that our alternative is to abandon ship? And so no, it's not. It's to right the ship. Because when we talk about the initiation of the Earth space, it's also part of the creation of the universe. And so we see that the universe was created from energy, and it exists from energy. And this is outlined in the book number 1, The Universal Order of Creation of Matters. And as energy is always in motion, that means it has to combine with something. And in order to identify what it combines in, we have to have a charge. So energy is a charge in motion, and that's how we define it. But there are many different levels that we can combine with. And so right now we've been very simplistic in what we can do. And we kind of disregard that when we say that two forces come together, is it only two forces? And in simple terms, okay, well, let's say it's two forces. And if they come together, well, what we and the reason we chose this planet is because we saw this planet in the first place. And so that's this planet, but it could be another planet. And so any coming together is actually an inertia manifestation. And it's irrelevant of time and distance in that relationship. So the distance applies to positioning, but the time is irrelevant. The only time that is relevant for us is the here and the now. And the here and the now, from now, is the initiator. So whatever we initiate, it creates a binding energy path. And so we see that from our Earth, an excellent teacher. How it absorbs and attracts energy, it does this gravitationally. And that's a good thing, because when we walk on the ground, we walk right side up. We don't walk on the ceiling. But we seem to fail to understand, despite the importance of binding this energy to facilitate the creation, we see that the binding of energy can be done at the expense of others. And the problem with that is that it involves stealing and killing and deceit. And it draws energy from the lowest energy form. And we don't always see the consequences. And so we get an opportunity to abuse. And why do we want to be abusers? And if there are no consequences, well, I guess. But there are consequences. What we're actually seeing is a delay in consequences. And so we interpret this delay as not having any consequences. And so quite literally, it kind of creates a special situation. And maybe it's a vacuum situation. So the question becomes, can we operate in the vacuum? So when we look at the Earth and how it operates and how it gives energy, where does that energy go? So we find that the energy is emitted through the forces of repulsion, magnetical forces, out, and it gives more out, and it continues to give out. When it continues to give, it can also receive. And so we find process, and we may interpret this as a lust feeding process. Either way, it's an inertia feeding. And so we see that the feeding comes from beyond the magnetosphere, which that beyond point is in a vacuum condition, and comes to the inside core, which is also in the vacuum condition. So clearly, our existence on the Earth space is not in a vacuum condition. The Earth's space is in a vacuum of space. And that vacuum is beyond the magnetosphere and within the center of the core. But the biosphere range is in the gravitational state. And the biosphere range is differentiated, but the biosphere range is the crust around the magma, which is in the non-differentiated range. And so there's a relationship there. And we occupy this biosphere range. So therefore, we are not operating in the vacuum. We are operating within the biosphere range within the Earth space. So therefore, our relationship has to take into consideration the Earth space. So in order for us to be initiated, the Earth space had to be initiated first. And if the Earth space was initiated, what was the initiator? And if we see that the manifestation of the Earth space is in the vacuum of space, and our existence is within the biosphere range within the Earth space, then we understand that the manifestation of the Earth space does not operate in a vacuum. So if we understand the basic plasma feeding rule, we see that there's a natural creation where the higher strength feeds the lower strength. And then, of course, the lower strength being the physicality becomes a manifestation of decay. And then there's an intermediate state, which has a very stable catalytic-like reaction that it can give and take energy. And that catalytic reactor is our sun. It gives unconditionally, but it's in a higher energy state. And so it gives to the Earth space and it gives to the man space. But how can it give and not receive? It has to receive in order to maintain its balanced Maggrav condition. The difference, of course, is it's operating in a higher energy level. And so this predicates the sequence orders to make choices, where we can turn on and turn off the feeding, where we can increase or decrease the strength of the force field, and thereby enhance or diminish our position. And when we say enhance or diminish our position, it means to change our position, and that the position is determined by the higher or weaker strength of the force field. That's the enhancement and diminishment reference. But in all cases, these positions are equal because they have a magnetical gravitational balance, which we call a Maggrav condition. And so we become participants in this sequence and we get a chance to make choices. The thing is that we have to make these choices as if we're the last man standing. And so often we're given choices. And so there was this game show called Let's Make a Deal. Well, today, let's make a plasma deal. And the thing was that they only gave you a choice of one door with no criteria. How could you choose if there's no criteria? On what basis would you choose? and you could only choose one. If you could only choose one, how can you make a relationship? All things are working in combination. So when we look at how we can resolve this anomaly, we can see that two mag-grav conditions, when they interact, they have to have this gravitational bond. And so this bond is, generally speaking, non-visible. But the mag-grav conditions in the physicality could be visible. But in the plasma science, the mag-grav condition can also be non-visible. So we could have a non-visible mag-grav condition with a non-visible bond. And so it would also be true that we could have a visible condition and a visible bond. But then there's another option, and that is we could have a visible condition and a non-visible bond. So that may be confusing. So let's make sure that we understand that the gravitational condition is the bond, and that result. To understand.
Can I just interrupt you for a moment, Alex? That's about the fourth time we've lost a few of your words, maybe for 5 or 10 seconds. That usually doesn't happen. I just want to alert you to that. I see your microphone moving, but no sound. So about 3 times today, only for a few seconds, and then you come in. I don't know if there's anything we can do to, or it's just a delay or something in the system. Not sure. Okay, just advising.
One of the problems, so now let me just try something here. Oh, and I can't do much about it on this end.
You're coming in clear. It's just that a few words seem to be missing a couple times. Okay.
As we progress in our society, we have less and less dependence on television and more dependence on internet. And it's raining here today, so people are not outdoors. They're on their computers and they're hogging the bandwidth.
Got it. Got it. Now I understand. Okay.
So if there's a major lag, you'll let me know, but I will try and carry on. I don't often see it on this end.
Okay, if there's a major lag, then I'm just going to pause the recording until you come back in and we restart it.
Okay, we'll work it through. Thank you. So we're talking about this Plasmagen travel agency, which is us, of course. And we went through this travel agency, but like, where is it? We know that we did travel because we were born to Earth. We don't know how, or we don't care to know how, which is okay. But we were born for a reason, and most of us don't know why. Problem is, we don't care to know why. And the most important thing is, if we want to travel to Mars, we don't know how to do that. We don't know why we would go there, and we don't care. But the thing is, we've already made a decision before we have to make this decision, because we were born to Earth and not born to Mars. And so all of the lag that we have has to do with insults. And so we don't want to get into commentary because we don't want to insult people. We can't insult ignorance anyway. But we can certainly insult the soul. And the way we do that is to discredit it, ignore it. And we assume that there's no consequences. But there's a special kind of revenge of the soul. And so when we look at the origin of the universe as outlined in book number 3, there has to be an initiator and there's a creation, and there's a sequence. And so this transition from one to the other is part of what we call a nuclear creation. And on a plasmatic level, it involves carbogen. And so in the physical sciences, we have to understand that there are isotopes. And so as organic beings, we are carbon-based. But we find a connection in the universe is through an isotope of carbon-14. And that carbon-14 interacts with our environment, which we've identified as Earth space. And so before we can do this, we have to have this carbogen. And so that becomes a kind of a sequence. And so as we try and understand things, we can't just say, let's understand things in the physicality. We have to understand things from the point of the soul. And we will understand that. That's a guarantee. But that's not a revenge of the soul. The revenge of the soul and if we say the macro and the micro are the same, so if we go to the tiniest bodies that we could see, and when we look at somatidian biology through a somatoscope, which in this picture has only 30,000 times the magnification, like an X-ray, we can see right through. But in this particular thing, we see the outline of the red blood cells. And then the dots that we see are the somatids. And so we can see the relationship, how it compares to a proton-electron relationship. And the area in between the blood cells is in a vacuum condition. But when we look in the center of the red blood cells, there is also a vacuum condition. And yet, what we do know from the somatoscope is that the somatids are produced from within the red blood cells. So what initiated that? And then these somatids eventually manifest into cells. So the somatids become the biological initiators. So that covers one sequence, but it doesn't cover the ultimate sequence. And since all of us are warm-blooded, yes, we are warm-blooded. So seeing as we are following the universal laws of creation, it's a wonder that some of us have a vacuum inside our brain and we become stunned. We don't seem to understand. We don't see, hear, or understand evil. We don't understand the relationship. And we don't understand what is in the back. In the vacuum. But is it operating in a vacuum? Well, we could say for some people, yes. But the truth is that we have emissions, along the X and Y axis, and we have absorptions along the Z axis, which is the plasmatic transcendence of the energy, and it's coming through that brain. And so now we realize, well, wait a second, if we want to open up the doors to our brain, we can't just open up one. We have to open up two, at least. And in order to choose which door to open, we have to have some kind of basis of a relationship. So we have the magnetical gravitational relationship and a transmutation to a maggrav condition. So which door opens which? Well, let's see if we can unravel this plasma deal. So the problem, of course, is that we exist. And since we exist, we are connected to our soul, but our soul follows the universal laws. And so it's confounding to understand why so many of us in the universally, thou shalt not kill. So that becomes the universal law. And anything violating that would have to be the man-made law. Well, how do we, as humans, operating on a universal strategy, violate this rule? And the way we have to do it is to disconnect from our soul. But it doesn't mean the soul is not there, because we see the manifestation in the physicality, but we're not seeing the morality, and we're not seeing the consistency, and we're not seeing the benefits. We've supplanted the energy from the universe with money. And so the money becomes our motivator. And so we could say that the initiator for all our problems is the money. And so it causes hate, but hate is unreal. It's a mirage. You say hate is the opposite of love, but there's no such thing as hate. There's only a lack of love. You can either give it or not give it. And just like energy, society, and is governed by a family of emotions. And so we see that our relationship, which is primarily from a man-space point of view, involves all these emotions. So we see the emotion of man, which wants to live. We see the emotion of physicality, which is the manifestation in the here and the now, the emotion of presence. And of course, wherever we are, that's our position, and that's the emotion of position. And however we see life, that's our emotion of vision. And so that's reflected in the man-space point of view. But we didn't have that when we got here, and that wasn't the consideration. The soul had a point of view, and the soul space was connected to the emotion of knowledge. And so this came from somewhere, and it came to somewhere. And so the question was, can we operate in a vacuum condition? Well, when we look at the vacuum condition, we see that the vacuum is full of energy and motion. And so we see these PM ticks that are traveling through space. These are all energy feeding packs. The thing is, we didn't say which space. So if we're talking about the space of the vacuum, and we say there's nothing there, this is how we transcend the various reality dimensions, through this space, between the here and the there. So this emotion of knowledge has to transcend somehow. And so that transcending dimension is in a vacuum, and it travels as a feeding pack. And so we say there's no hate, but there certainly is love. And it's so in that regard, the distance doesn't matter. But which direction does it go? And so we find that that's a two-way street. And if it's going somewhere, that's magnetical. So whatever it is that's going has to be stable. So we find that the energy pack itself is gravitationally stable. That's why we don't refer to the energy. It's always positive. We refer to the charge of the energy. The charge of the energy determines if it's magnetic or gravitational. And so this fundamentally is a polar energy. And we say there's an emission pole, which is magnetical, and an absorption pole, which is gravitational. But if the magnetical is going out through both poles, then the absorption pole has to facilitate the absorption of magnetical energies. And so we see that along the way, there has to be some pole flipping. And so the different field strengths are affected through the rotation, speed of rotation, which affects your strength and determines their direction. So these are fundamental principles of the give and take of energy. To design cars properly, but we are so in tune with cars having this wedge shape that we've always been driving these cars backwards. And so if we were looking at the best way to design a car, we see that we have to reverse that design and understand that we as the drivers are gravitationally stable. And in order to determine the direction that we go, we have to engage the transmission to either put it in magnetical drive or magnetical reverse. And we know that we have more gears going forward than backwards. So it seems to be a very natural thing the way we've designed the cars. The only problem is we're very limited in the way they go. So we're only talking about really one dimension. So we can make some choices. And as the last man standing, let's make a plasma deal. But now we understand that we have to choose at least two doors. And two of those doors have to be magnetical. And so if we look at the design of the car and we see the gravitational driver controlling, then we change the gears in our transmission to decide which magnetical direction to go. So when we look at the interaction of plasmas and their field strengths, we find that the like poles repel and the opposite poles attract. So in fact, we have two magnetical complex, but it's not really. It still involves basically three plasma fields. So when we're looking at the rules of engagement, we have to understand that we have to take not only into account what we create, but also what we created from. In other words, what was it that initiated that creation? So when we look at this interaction of plasmas, we see that when we look at the one creation, the repulsion of the forces coming out of the magnetical North Pole, the like forces would repel and they create a vacuum. But then when they come back and they're gravitationally in, there's another vacuum. But if the magnetical forces are coming in to the South Pole and the South Pole is emitting, albeit a weaker magnetical force field, what's happening there? Well, this is only taking into account one field, isn't it? And it's not taking into account the initiator. Then we don't see the gaps in between, but we have to understand that the gaps are there for a reason. And so there's a magnetical gravitational relationship. And so if we look at the structure of one field and we see that the energy goes around inside, but the energy goes around outside as well. And so we have the magnetical North Pole and the gravitational South Pole. And this is very important because when we look at the path link of two fields and we see that there are polar vacuums, because as the magnetical force fields are emitted, once they come out of the resistance of the field, then they repel each other. And in that repelling action, they create a polar vacuum. And there's a polar vacuum on both sides because it's a two-way street. But in order to gain motion, one magnetical force field has to be stronger than the other magnetical force field. And so the relationship becomes magnetical gravitational. And so there's an alignment. And so when you have two atoms that come together, two atoms of an element come together, they create a molecule of that element. Which explains why we can't see atoms. Because atoms are in the plasma state. And so if you want to see the physicality, we have to get enough atoms together and slow down the reaction. And so the intermediate connection is discounted. All we look at is the magnetical emission pole, the gravitational absorption pole. And so we look at collectively the combination of the force fields create one force field and they act in unison. And that's what we constitute as an element. So when we're defining a plasma, we see that it's at a different kind of energy state. And it varies. We started basic physical energy states and migrate right through nano, GANS, plasma, plasmagen, and radiance energies. And this helps us understanding our Earth space. And we see all of these energy states manifested within our Earth space. And then we understand that we have this inner space, not only our inner space, but the Earth space inner space. And so we're continually searching for outer space because we don't know where it is. And this is very important. It's one of life's lessons. And life is very important to us. So this is the lesson we have to learn. So as we're reviewing nanostate, let's review GANS state. We see that GANS state is a kind of energy state. And it's a plasma condition of energy in motion. And it's higher than nanostate. And it's higher by orders of magnitude. And it creates a superconducting condition. And it's at room temperature. And it's an earthbound plasmatic state. but we can see the GANs. And the GANs has a special affinity. It's highly reactive. It reacts to the emission spectra, and it facilitates absorption. So simplistically, we could say the GANs is a natural lie detector. So if we understand that GANs is within us, in our inner space, and our plasmatic construct, our fundamental plasmatic construct is a natural lie detector. And the energy of love is transmitted through the GANs. So the GANs becomes a natural love detector as well. Well, lying and love are communications. And so we find that GANs is a natural communicator. And it does this at superconducting speed. But that's man space's physicality. It also positions itself within the Earth space physicality. And both of these become part of our visible reality. So the non-visible emotional reality is a part of our visible reality. But is that the initiator? So when we look at these fields and how they come together, we have to understand that it's two fields create a third field. And we say that 1 and 1 is more than 2 because there's a synergy that evolves out of the inertia combination of these fields. So 2 of these are the feeding dimensions, but the one and the other one are not the same. And so what does that mean? Going back to the way the fields come together, it means that not all atoms are the same. And it means that not all atoms of the same element are the same. Because the conditions are ever changing. So we could say that one atom of copper and another atom of copper comes together to create a copper wire. But we can also say that the one atom of copper is not the same as the other atom of copper because we're working in this field, and that field is the Earth space. And then there's another field, and that's our man space. And so the truth of the matter is that this feedback dimension has to take into account the observer, who's none of those 3 dimensions. And we've been saying that we, as man space, are the observer. But we have to take into account that the Earth space is an observer as well. Because the copper is an element of the Earth. And so what becomes interesting and so it works in combination. And interestingly, it has an affinity for our muscles. And then when we look at zinc, and in the GAN state, it comes as a zinc oxide and affects our mood. And then as a carbon, it becomes a carbon dioxide and it affects our health. So all of these ganses can be oxidized. But ganses can also not be oxidized. So we see a CH3 GANS, which is representative of iron, and obviously affects the blood. And so these are the popular ganses that we've talked about. but in effect, when we're making the cups of life, this is what we're focusing on, because we want to affect this emotional strength, because the emotional strength connects our soul and our physicality, doesn't it? And so when we look at the conversion, we see that we can take an isotope of carbon, and because of the higher strength, which is determined by the mass, so we could take the carbon-16 and the carbon-14, which are in a plasmatic condition and of a higher strength, and they feed the lowest strength, becomes that carbon-12, of which we are part of on this planet. But obviously, when we made the cups of life, we were able to create ganses. And so all of these are isotopes, except for the carbon-12, which is a manifestation of the physicality. But they all follow the rules of higher strength feeding the weaker strength, except for one small little problem. And that is that what we created in the cup of life was not what we initiated. We initiated copper, nano-coated copper, and a saltwater medium, and we created all of these ganses. So it came from somewhere. So this became a manifestation, and we had CO2 GANs and calcium GANs and zinc GANs and copper GANs and amino acid GANs and even water GANs. And this all created in what we call the cups of life. And so now we understand that we were able to interact with all of these elements, which are already part of the earth space. But by creating a condition, we created an attraction, a force field that came together to create this GANS. And now this GANS is reflective of an emotional construct, which can act as a lie detector and a love detector, and follows the emotional construct. So by definition, it's not an initiator. And then this relationship, where we have the cup of emotion, the cup of physicality, and the cup of the soul, has to interact, obviously, with the cup of the earth, because now we have to take into account the environment. Well, if 1 and 1 is more than 2, what is the result? And that's the fourth cup, the cup of inertia. So we find that it isn't just 1, because when we look at the 1 of the combination of the emotional, physical, and soul cups, that's 1. But it's not the same 1 as the cup of the earth. That's a different 1. And then when we bring the 2 together, we find that it's more than 2, because we still have the 1, and we can still give, and we can still take, and the balance is a Magravh condition. And all we have is the product. Well, what's the initiator? And we say it's the soul. Well, it's a good thing, because every one of these cups has a soul. And we see this whole, and we can see right through that also. So what we don't see is the initiator of all of the constructs that we're looking at here, because each and every one of these is part of the plasma inertia family, and it involves this emotional feeding and this emotional feedback. So getting back to the amino acid affinity, and we see that the basic components of nitrogen, hydrogen, carbon, and oxygen act as either a facilitator, a magnetical force field, a connector, or a gravitational force field. The carbon, however, is not in a gaseous state. It's only in a gaseous state when it is carbogen. And then sometimes in a gaseous state, we have water vapor. But water acts like an energy parceling unit because it's a combination of hydrogen and oxygen. It's not an element, it's a molecule. And it's a H2O is what we call it. But as a maggrav, it's round, it's gravitationally stable, and it's pH neutral. But it's the universal solvent of life on this planet and is what makes life on this planet possible. And what happens to the water, and we've discussed this many times, is that when it comes in contact with something, the hydrogen gets sheared off. And as we say, the energy is positive. So at this point in time, we don't know where it's going. And for the purpose of the discussion, what we find is now we have a positive hydrogen and a negative hydroxyl, which includes the hydrogen and oxygen atom. So this is part of the electron shearing process where we're exchanging energy. But the thing is, water medium. And so when we look at this chart, there's an anomaly here. How can these fields come together? We resolve the anomaly by reorienting the gravitational and magnetical position. You want to see that again? A higher strength feeds the lower strength. The higher strength is gravitational. And then from the carbon-12, we created the GANs. And that's magnetical. In the overall picture, the higher strength being gravitational feeds the magnetical. But individually, there has to be some kind of gravitational stability. And because the magnetical force fields are a two-way street, that's how we maintain the balance. And so when we look at water and we see that the hydrogen has an atomic number of 1 and oxygen has an atomic number of 8, and we see that the water is acidic and the oxygen is alkaline, and we see that in our GANs production, it's always in combination. So it's never an element. It's an element in combination with either oxygen or hydrogen. And so factually, we can actually create a GANs of any element. And so if we take this periodic table of elements and we look at the combination of fields forces, then we could see any element with the hydrogen can become a GANs, and any element with the oxygen can become a GANs. All of these elements are on the Earth space, and we are part of Earth space. And we are made up of GANs. And every one of find that all of these elements are within our body, which is why we as humans have this affinity for the earth space. And when we were created, we find that within our cells, these amino acids form fatty acids. And when these fatty acids are joined at the head, then we create a magnetic condition where we have hydrophilic heads and hydrophobic tails. And this is a good thing because the creation of protein is also the creation of water. This is how we produce amino acids in our cups of life and the water in the cups of life. And then how does it entertain the environment? Well, it forms the skin of the cells. And so if oil and water did mix, we'd just be bags of mush. But fortunately for us, they create these phospholipids, which are the layers of our cells. And so there's an outside and there's an inside, and then there's this transition layer in between. But we have these hydrophobic tails, which are head to head. So that means the heads are hydrophilic. So there's water on the outside, there's water on the inside. And so energy is trans and so there's always an affinity in a certain direction. So the first question is, which determines the direction of energy flow? And then seeing as these energies are always, working together, how come the gravitational fields in the center don't repel each other? And that's because there are opposite poles. Some energy is coming in and some energy is going out. And this is the process of growth and feeding. But what's the initiator? What is causing this transmutation? Because this is how the cells are fed, and then this is how the cells grow. But also, the cells position themselves, because we have 70 trillion cells in our body, and you don't want the toes to grow on the nose, and everything is organized. All the cells are differentiated. How does this happen? So when we look at the matter plasma dimension, we see that there's a physical matter and there's a plasmatic matter. Our problem is that we're feedback dominant. The physicality is the feedback part of it. In other words, it is not the initiator. And so when we're looking at the inertia of relations, we see that the higher strength feeds the lower strength, and that the strengths can change from level to level by an order of magnitude. And so the inertia fields accommodate each other by strength. In this Earth space, so we see that Earth space is a kind of energy state, but it's gravitationally stable. And the inner space, which created the Earth space, is also gravitationally stable. And the inner space that created man space is gravitationally stable. And as man space, we are part of the Earth space within the Earth space. This is the binding energy. We have a binding energy. The Earth space has a binding energy. And the plasma is bound to the ethos of the universe. Can that work in a vacuum condition? So we see that any manifestation is when two fields come together. And they can be non-tangible or tangible, or non-visible or visible. So they can either be in a plasmatic reality or a physical reality. So even the emotion of presence is a form artifact of energy in motion at that manifestation point. So I think we could say that the manifestation point does not function in a vacuum condition. And as we see with transmogrification, that means to convert or metamorph or transfigure, transform or transmute. It means to change things into a different thing. And it just suggests a preposterous metamorphosis. So if you didn't know any better, would you look at a pumpkin seed and understand that it can grow into a pumpkin? And so the pumpkin seed becomes the initiator of the pumpkin. But what's the initiator to germinate the pumpkin seed? And how far back do you go? And so if we look at the creation of how we have these force fields coming together, and we see in our cells that the energy is coming in and going out, and yet we see that the relationship with the gravitational force fields create another gravitational force field. But in this case, the poles are the same, and so they repel. And this is how we see the chromosome division and the cell division, and cells multiply through division. It's a kind of an anomaly. So depends on the point of view of the initiator. So our initiator is through our RNA. That's sharing the adaptation of the universal energies, which we've already said is the energy of love. And so that becomes the feeding radiance to our inner space spectrum. So the energy of love is the initiator there. But when we look at the DNA shares the adaptation of the earth space energies. And we find that the initiator in the DNA codons is methionine. Methionine is available from red meat, and one has to wonder, is this the reason that man has to kill to feed himself? And so the other reason that I bring this thing up here is because we look at the DNA and we see that there are many, many possible combinations until you take one factor into account, and that is the initiator. Once that initiator is in place, the rest have to follow. There aren't multiple combinations. The initiator determines the man space. The flavor of the man space is determined by the initiator, the RNA. And the RNA is never the same, which is why we have almost 8 billion individuals on this planet. We're all created the same way, but we don't come through the same fields. So whatever fields that we're passing, this is a unique journey. And so that affects your radiance, and that affects your spectrum. And so the RNA initiator reflects your feeding spectrum. The DNA initiator reflects the feedback spectrum. And that feedback spectrum comes from the environment, unless there's an alteration. And so we see the relationship between acidic and alkaline affecting our health. So there's a MAGRAV condition for the DNA that is ideal. And interestingly enough, we call the pH the potentiation of hydrogen. And since we're made of GANs, what it means really, are we oxygen dominant or are we hydrogen dominant? And so when we're oxygen dominant, we're alkaline, and when we're hydrogen dominant, we're acidic. And since we depend on respiration, which involves oxygen, the more acidic we become, the less aerobic we become. And in fact, we become more steady. But it comes from the emotional connection of mommy and daddy and the initiator. But this initiator has to take into account the initiator of the soul of the earth. And then we have to agree. We have to agree on this interaction. And this is all done on the soul level. And once this agreement is in place, that creates the initiator seed. And that seed creates our man space. So when we look at the soul of the inertia, it's a product of the interaction of the inertia of the soul of man space and the inertia of the soul of earth space, plus the inertia of the soul of the humanity family. But not only, because we are also part of the sun space, and we're not in Mars space, are we? We're in Earth space. So when we look at this creation of plasma, we see that it has to be gravitationally stable, and it has to take other things into account. And so when you look at the creation of life, you see that it's a two-way street. So the creation of the plasma is like a structure within the structure. And as organic beings, that's representative of our structure. When we look at the earth, it's as an inorganic being, which means it's silicon-based. But we define the elements on the earth space represented within the elements of man space as well. And so the way these elements are combined is in a GAN state. It's when they're in a GAN state that they can combine. And so when we look at the 1 and 1 is more than 2, those are the 3 dimensions. And we see the plasma structure has to be gravitationally stable. And at that point, you have to have a crossover point to maintain that stability, because the magnetical emission and as such, that's how you determine your field strength and your position, because the emission in both ends is affecting your field, your neighbor's fields, and every other field around. So the question, do you have is how much do you take into account? And the problem, of course, is that this gravitational stability of these three components here does not operate in a vacuum. So the soul of inertia is the bringing together the convergence of these fields. And each of these fields, in terms of creation, have a convergence and divergence fields, and in the form of decay have a convergence and divergence field. But the coming together, the conversion into an inertia field, is gravitationally stable. And that's why we can dream of bigger pies. And so when we look at our dreams are representative of us and our spectrum. But is that spectrum a physicality spectrum or a plasmatic spectrum? Well, they're one and the same, except they're at a different field strength and different energy state. And so there's a bond between these two because there's always a plasmatic spectrum. Always. And sometimes there's a physicality spectrum. So the reality dimension is this gravitationally stable dimension that each of us has. And because we come in all different flavors, for the sake of the covalent bond dimension connection, let's just call that the vanilla radiance and say that is how we maintain the plasmatic balance between the plasmatic spectrum and the transportation in the Earth space. We have a physical vehicle. It has to have gravitational stability. So the magnetical stability can be in all directions. That's why they're round or triangular. They're regardless. It's omnidirectional. And when you look at outer space travel, you find that there has to be a gravitational stability within the structure. And that becomes the door you go through for outer space travel. But you have two other doors that you have to decide on. So we have already made that decision with respect to the soul-earth relations. Because this outer space travel involved the soul of the sun, the soul of the man, and the soul of the earth. This is your Holy Trinity. And our inner space, when you look at the soul of our body, took into account the soul of the earth body as well. Because we're within the earth space. And we manifested into this physicality, into the physicality of the earth body. We had to take that into account. Otherwise, we would have been on some other body. Magnetical feeding and how they come together using the plasma dilution technology to create this force field, which is a combination of the principal matter, transition matter, and convergence matter. And when it comes into a plasmagen conversion, then it's in a hybrid state, where 1 and 1 is more than 2, but that hybrid state has to take into account an environment. And so that becomes the place, the someplace. In our place, it's the earth space. And the combination of those two creates this field interaction, which is a balanced maggrav field, which we call inertia. This is the matter-gen convergence. So we could say that the PM ticks are the initiator. And so we've created something. We have natural creation and we have natural decay. And so we see how the atoms go from a neutron to a electron-proton marriage, but in the process they release PM ticks, but they release it through the natural creation, and they also release it through the natural decay, because there's always energy in motion. And we know that because we have a soul, we have emotions, and we have physicality, and we are also the bonding fudge factor for the whole thing. So we need to learn our lessons well. How the matter, antimatter, and the dark matter breaks down into an atomic relationship, breaks down into a proton, breaks down to an electron, and how it dynamically moves. So it only stands to reason that when we look at this Earth space, we see that there's a scientific responsibility and a spiritual responsibility. And these two fields have got to come together, and they're each of one field, but they're not the same field. So it's the plasma science that adds to the knowledge, and it will affect the rate of change. And that's why we say that 1 and 1 is more than 2, because we don't know at what rate of change. And we haven't put a limit. It all depends on the initiator links, because all of these links are traveling at the speed of light, and the speed of light is unlimited. And the reason is because when you look at this plasma dilution, it doesn't matter how many things we take into account, we never seem to take enough into account, because we look at the over 100 elements on the periodic table of elements, and they're taken into account, and we don't take that much into account. But the Earth space is created from all of the elements, or shall we say the elements are created, all of the elements are created from the Earth space, and we have enjoined that. So we are part of that same plasma dilution process. The difference is one is inorganic and one is organic. But the is density seeking acts not only in a rotating field, but in a spiraling rotating field. But we can gravitate right to the core. We don't have to go level by level. There's no rule that says you have to do that. You can transcend many different energy levels. And so at some point, we've manifested our emotions of vision. And we only say that, we judge things by what we see, hear, smell, taste. And these are all part of the feedback vision. But then we look at our soul positioning, and we see that we can't just rely on the feedback. We have to rely on the feeding. And we have to understand that at that point in time, once it's fed to us, what happens then? Then we become the feeder, don't we? And so where does the plasmatic reality stop, and where does the physical reality pick up? And how does the plasmatic reality become the physical reality, and how does the physical reality become the plasmatic reality? So we see that there's a plasmatic symbiosis. Now the question becomes, who's the initiator? The gravitational point. And from there, we have magnetical emission. But we also have magnetical absorption. And this is how we create the 3 dimensions, the X, Y, and Z axis. But this initiator that we have is connected somehow with another space-bound connection. And so we find that the manifestation of our physicality is really based on the gravitational nature of our soul. And so regardless of which axis it is, we see as the three dimensions coming together, they come together as the form of our star formation. And so this could be in our imagination, or this could be in our manifestation of reality. This star formation connection is based on the plasmagen initiator. That plasmagen initiator can come from somewhere, or it can come from within. But then when you find the connection is carbon-14. And so now we've made the connection and we've resolved the problem with the initiator. Because they affect our field strength, they affect our positioning, don't they? So there has to be some kind of connection. And this connection has to be in a plasmatic state. And so we find that this plasmatic state has to be gravitationally stable. Otherwise, we aren't going to move anywhere. So which means that our man space really overall has to be magnetical in our dreams and magnetical in our physicality. So that means we have to have a gravitationally stable emotional connection. So now we understand the position of the nanostate and the gas state. But that doesn't explain the rest of the plasma science. That only gives you a relationship. And that only gives you the basics. And now we have a better understanding of what skills we have to learn. Because this position is within the Earth space, and we want to take this position to another place. But we don't know enough about this position to begin with. So operates in a vacuum, and the inside of our existence operates in a vacuum. But we don't operate in a vacuum. We operate in a gravitationally stable inner space. And it is from that gravitationally stable plasma within us that we can have this radiance, a feeding radiance. And then as we interact with our environment, we go through this radiance pole flipping, which allows us to have a feedback radiance. And this is why when we're looking at our physical reality, which is really part of the emotion of presence, we see that we have two enhancement units. We have a material enhancement unit, which is gravitational, and a body enhancement unit, which is magnetical. Magnetical because it enhances the soul, and gravitational because it manifests into physicality. And so it's a two-way street. And this involves our soul. But not only, it involves the source of the initiator. So the relationship vacuum that we're talking about is always between these two. What we're looking at is whether it's outer space or inner space, where we're looking at what's in between. And the same thing with the cell space, and the same thing with the physical space. We're always taking into consideration two other fields. We just have to decide which two fields. And so we don't say which field you're deciding. We just say, well, pick door number 1, door number 2, or door number 3. But now you have to pick 2 of the 3, because whichever 2 you pick, that'll manifest your third. And so we have to understand that they have this diversity, all the elements of the periodic table of elements. The vertical souls, we have tremendous biodiversity there. Horizontal souls, tremendous biodiversity. And of course, the souls of humanity. We're all part of humanity, but we have a diversity there as well. So what we really have to focus on is the soul families as part of the earth space. But not only, because our emotional field is bound to this earth space. And this is all part of the natural creation and natural decay. We just have to figure out which way we're going. And so when we look at the manifestation of physicality, we'll call that materialization or dematerialization. And if we're staying on the earth space, then we only have to go from here to there, as in, say, going from New York to Paris. But we could go to some other space, couldn't we? And so from wherever we're going, we have to be gravitationally stable. And there always has to be a relationship. And so what that means is, from that position of gravitationally stable, we can dematerialize. And then wherever we're going, we can rematerialize. And the way that we do this is through polar flipping. But by changing the field, you have to specify which space at this point in time, because the way we travel in outer space is the same. We just have to determine the initiator. So we find that the pursuit of happiness is actually a launch field failure, because man has never launched a rocket into outer space, because the factor has been morality, and morality is not a vacuum condition. There are outer space rules, and they overrule the inner space and the earth space. So if we want to travel in outer space, we have to take morality into account. And so that becomes the radiance initiator. That becomes the universal law. And you can follow that very easily, because you are the radiant emitter. You are the ray emitter. That's part of the radiant you. And you will absorb what you are. So that becomes the ray absorber. And the radiant you becomes what you give your time and attention to. And what you give your time and attention to affects your initiation. And from there becomes the radiance initiator. So you have actually manifested from a point of initiation. And you've already made a decision at that point. And that proof of concept is that you had a preference and sentimentality for Earth space, not Mars space. And you were born from that radiance, and you were born using an outer space system. That's how you traveled here. But you were born into the inner space of Earth space and the inner space of man space, and the relationship between the two. And that combination was simply irresistible, because we all assumed that we were coming to heaven. And so we find that how we travel this plasma highway, as we travel through outer space, we find that the outer space itself is not a place. It's a relationship between you and your radiance. Outer space is a method of energy transfer, and we know that energy is always in motion. So this plasma highway goes through various different energy levels, and we can transcend these different energy levels, or we can go across these energy levels and transmit. Or we could just look at the whole transmutation process and take this construct and move it to another. Find that carbon-14 is a connector, and that's what transcends the limitations of nuclear science, because that takes into consideration the ethos of the universe. And since life wants to learn and life is always growing, morality, compassion, and courage have to be taken into account, because this is part of the creation and the radiance creation, which comes from the initiator. So traveling down the plasma highway, we can transport ourselves on Earth space, or we can transmute in outer space. The connection is the emotion of love, but that's not an element. It's not on the periodic table of elements. This connection is an energy pack, and we are part of that energy pack. And so love is not an emotion, it's an energy in motion, and it is simply irresistible. And the speed limit, well, the speed limit is unlimited, because the initiator is the dynamic soul. But which soul? Well, all of them are the initiators equally. Soul of the creator, soul of the earth, soul of the family of humanity, soul of the man, soul of the body, soul of the cells. And they all give you this simply irresistible lust for life. Life wants to live. And in order to promote that, we as plasma scientists have a science which meets the soul of man for peace. Peace brings all of the elements together. And we see the results, because we have other visitors who want to come here and they couldn't do this before. We wonder, what reality dimension did they come from, and what kind of dreams did they have? And do we have to worry? Are they wolves, or are they Trojans and horses? So we find that the vacuum condition facilitates the initiator. Who is the initiator? Who is the plasma initiator, and who is the plasma receiver? They want to come here. Are they initiating that? Or did we initiate the invitation? These are good questions, because the simply irresistible energy of love is a two-way carbon connection. And so if we want to cross this peace bridge, it has to come through our inner space. This is who we are. We are magnetically stable. And it's that connection, the peace connection, that connects to the plasma outer space highway. The outer space highway is in a vacuum condition, but the morality is in a gravitationally stable condition. And it is from that stable position that we can be magnetically stable, and we can decide, we can make choices. I mean, the first choice that we have to make is to reaffirm our connection to the earth state, inner space. The peace dome is the inner space dome. of the earth space, and we are part of that. We are within that dome, and we can contribute to that dome. And since we are all witnesses, morality has to take over. That has to be the initiator. And so when we see now we've achieved the 277th one nation, one planet, one race for world peace, we're just missing 2 more letters. We need to do this in one go. This is the first anniversary of the post-June 6, 2022 era of making choices. We now see how we can go from our outer space to our earth space via our inner space and back and forth. We see the plasma dilution of our emotions. And from there, we can detach our emotions and manifest into the energy of love. Because that's how the universal community works. And the connection is there already. Carbon-14 connection is there already. And it's very stable. But it's susceptible to the initiator. Because we have all these emotions, and these are all part of our radiance inertia. And so in order to achieve this stability, we have to elevate to a higher energy field strength. Because we can't play the game in a game with no rules and no morals. So the manifestation represents the fullness of vacuum transmutation. And it's tied to the seed of the initiator. So the plasmatic field creation is a manifestation that comes from this seed. This manifestation is an interaction of 2 plasmatic field forces, and whatever focal point that is a mirror of your journey. And so each of us has an individual journey, and that's why we're all individual souls, and we're all spiced with the essence of being individuals. We need to stop self-defeating practices. We have to stop the abuse. So we have to understand that it's not our fault that there are abusers. It's our understanding that's a problem. And so we have a chance now to elevate the soul of the abusers on June the 30th as well. So please join us. And this needs to change. This needs to elevate everybody to the understanding. Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, presenting plasma science, calling all artificial Earth space sweethearts. The initiator is unlimited and transmutes your soul growth. That's why world peace needs to be signed. This treaty needs to be signed with a pen, with your heart, or with your soul, or all 3. And we have to initiate this world peace treaty. Because the dilution of emotion allows the fields of life choices free from boundaries or abuse. And the ethos is what maps your position. And the universal community is your travel guide, because that's how they operate. And they operate at the speed of love. And this manifests and determines your inner space emotional constructs. So this earthbound soul family, which we're part of, needs to go through a transformation of a physical and emotional vitality enhancement, which facilitates gravitational stability. This all comes from the initiator conveying the emotion of knowledge. This is the transmutation connection to that manifestation point that connects fully and equally to the universal broadcast of inner space of freedom. The initiator sends the seed along the plasma outer space highway, and life is simply irresistible. So the plasma science needs to continue to be delivered in exchange for peace on earth. So welcome to the outer space age. That's the end of this lesson and the end of this journey. Hope you enjoyed the trip. Thank you.
I think we need to take that trip again next week. Your presentation might already be set for next week. Perhaps we can go through it a little slower. There was so much information and knowledge you put into each one of these slides, Alex. I thank you, but perhaps, and with the loss of sound, as you'll see, I think we lost a few words on each panel. Not each and every one, but a number of them, more than less. So perhaps next week, going through this again, your presentation is already set, and maybe we can open up some of these a little bit more. I don't know if you like taking questions during your panels, but there certainly was a lot. But let's open it up for the others.
I may have to redo it, and that'll be fine.
Well, you listen to the recording and you'll see. I thought it was because when you put the panel up, it took some of the bandwidth away, but that wasn't it. And I was going to stop you a couple times, but then it came right back. So perhaps it was the rain and the lack of bandwidth, because that's happened.
There's so much going on. I'm sure you've noticed that every time we have a Knowledge Seekers workshop, there's a flurry of activity on YouTube. So people have to, run now to keep up to date with all the latest developments, because they're certainly not getting it from the evening news.
Agree. And that's probably why we shouldn't be focusing too much on it.
No, when you focus on that, and you're not focusing on the solution, and that's what we're trying to do. So that this is one of the reasons, where we don't make too much commentary with respect to that. But we do have to take that into context, because this is not only our physical manifestation, but it's also the purpose for us to be here. And so we have assignments, we have to do it, and we have to do this happily, willingly. It's just the way it is.
Would anyone like to bring up a question? I know one of the explanations, and I think we've had this discussion before. You said we wanted to come here, or so on and so forth, and the blue planet and so on, but how could you come here before the soul was created here? Or was it created here? Or did we have a soul already and just embedded it in a physicality when we arrived? And you've given this explanation in the past. I'd like to hear your take on that again, because how would we know where to go if we weren't created yet? If the soul was created on this planet between all these interactions.
The soul is part of the creation. And the soul is part of the initiator. Every soul is an initiator, but we all go through a growth, and so life is for learning. And one of the things that we learned how to do is to manifest into physicality. So I think one of the things that we've learned with these classes I'm talking about the Knowledge Seekers Workshop, is that we are not inferior, where the aliens are superior. The capability of manifesting into physicality is actually an enhancement, a trait, but it's not something that makes us superior in terms of being a superior being. It just means we have more skill, and that's where the confusion comes in. So we had this skill to come here to this planet, but we had to make a choice, because we could come to any planet. Once you have the ability to travel to a planet, then you kind of have to choose. If you say, well, Mark, come to my travel agency and we'll send you on a trip. Well, the first question we're going to ask you is, where did you want to go, Mark? And if you come to a travel agency and they say, and you say, well, I don't know, you're the travel agent, send me somewhere. Wherever they send you, you better not complain because you've abdicated your choice. Well, this is the situation that we have. We made a choice to come here. And now that we're here, we see that other people are throwing garbage in our heaven. And why are they doing that? Why are they irresponsible when you know that they made the same choice you did? So what happened? They forgot their choice. They didn't know they had a choice. They don't see anything wrong with it. Well, as long as my environment suggests that there's nothing wrong with it, and you understand that our environment is being fed 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, by saying, well, it's okay to kill, it's okay to rob, steal, and cheat. It's okay. Well, it's not okay. It's okay as far as man's space is concerned, man-made law, but man-made law, like money, is contrived. It doesn't. We always thought that man-made law reflected universal law, but obviously that's not the case. It's a mirage. So as we wake up to the reality, we see that there's a problem. We made a choice to come here, and that choice has been violated. And now what do we say? Oh, well, that was a bad choice? Or, where we have to abandon ship? Or do we say, no, wait a second. Who called who? Did we decide to come here? Were we the initiator? Or was the initiation coming through the combination of the call from the soul of the earth and the soul of the creator? Which would make sense, because if the soul of the creator initiated the force field and the soul of the earth created the force field, and that coming together created an inertia field, and that inertia field was the inertia field that we wanted. So we responded to that. So is that inertia field
Pretty deep.
the field feedback?
Pretty deep.
Yeah, it's pretty deep, and we have to, change our viewpoint, because we're driving our cars backwards. Okay, we are enamored with magic acts and cars that could go 300 miles an hour, where if we had cars that could travel as a plasma, you wouldn't even be able to have your first sip of beer, and the race would be over. There would be no Daytona 500. There'd be Daytona 5 milliseconds.
Right. We don't seem to travel. We seem to arrive. Unless, of course, you're in a matter state craft, then I think you do travel.
Yeah, and being tourists, you kind of defer, the responsibility. I'm sure, if you go to a resort, You don't go there and critique the resort owner and say, well, I wanted to get away from the city, so I wanted something a little bit more rural. And then you say, oh yeah, but you don't have internet, and you don't have electric stove. We got a wood burner. Well, this is a resort. This is back to nature. This is, I get away from it all. And now you're complaining. You want to go camping, but you want to take your servants with you. Kind of defeats the purpose of going camping, doesn't it?
Yeah. Would anyone else like to come in? Raise a point, a question, an issue? There was one panel you had, Alex, with the anomaly. You said you're explaining an anomaly. You switched between two panels. Do you see it? You said, I didn't quite see it. Would you mind going through those two panels again?
Oh yeah,
It says explained anomaly or anomaly explained. First, what is
yes.
the anomaly? And if you could just take us through those panels. I didn't catch it when you switched. You said now you see it, and you switch back to another panel and then back to the first one. But I don't think I saw what you were trying to convey to us.
Yeah, it was a sleight of hand.
Another magician, huh? This is what we're trying to get away from.
Oh, we got so many things.
I
Okay,
know
let's go to number.
had about 30 panels or more in this one presentation. Maybe not that many, but I wasn't counting them, but there were quite a few.
Okay, let's go to number 48. Come on, you can do
And
it.
again, listen
You
to the
can do it.
recording, and you may want to bring the same teaching. I think there's much we can open up here perhaps next week. A second edition. There we go.
When we say that the higher strength feeds the lower strength, it's all relative. So if we look at the mass and we say that, in the physicality we're carbon-12, that means those isotopes, carbon-14 and carbon-16, would be of a higher strength. And the higher strength is gravitational. So the higher strength feeds the lower strength. You have to have something to feed, right? You can't feed nothing. You can't feed nothing to nobody. You have to feed something to somebody. So it's gravitational, so it feeds it. So if we want to then go from the physical state back into the plasma state, then we also have to have the ability to feed. So really our physicality is the lowest energy state. But we have to feed to another lower energy state. And so the carbon-10 and carbon-8 becomes lower. But the thing is, in the physicality, when we look at elements, they are elementary. But when we look at GANs, it's always in combination. There is no such thing as a carbon GANs. It's a CO2 GANs. There's no such thing as a zinc GANs. It's a zinc oxide GANs. Right? So we can take GANSes and combine them. And then we can create something else. And we know from that point that the GANSes exchange energy. And so the GANSes have an affinity that is similar to water, or we could say that water has a similar affinity to GANSes in that it can give and take energy. Well, if it can give and take energy, that means it can give magnetically or it can take gravitationally. Well, how can they be one and the same thing? So it all has to be a relationship, but a relationship from a stable point. And so we find that that stable point, we see it as being the physical state. And yet from this physical state, we were born from another state. And then from this physical state, we created the cups of life. So the way we were created came from a stable position. And what we create into a stable position. That stable position has to be in between. So what we really have to see is that this connection, what decides this connection to be connected to something else? If it's a universal connection, it has to be gravitationally stable. And if it is a universal connection, then everything else has to be magnetical. So the energy that is transferred from the carbon-14 is magnetical. That can go to any other state. And the physical manifestation then becomes magnetical. This we know because the earth is gravitational. So if we didn't, we'd be walking on the ceiling. So we know that we have to be magnetical. So the anomaly was the carbon-14 connector, because it would only stand to reason that the carbon-16 is more gravitational. Why isn't that the connector? Well, the reason it's not a connector is because you have to choose 2 doors of the 3 doors. One of those doors is gravitational, the other 2 doors are magnetical, and then one of those doors is not the same as the other's door. So you can stand still, you can move forward, you can park it, you can drive, or you can go in reverse. And you can do that from a gravitationally stable point. That becomes the midpoint. So when we look at the table of elements, they are very gravitationally stable. But in order to move them into a GANS production, they have to enlist the services of an intermediary. So it's either, carbon with oxygen or carbon with hydrogen. It's one or the other. And isn't it interesting that water is the universal solvent? So if you take hydrogen and oxygen, that combination comes out to a mass of 9. Once you transcend 10, an order of magnitude, you're into a different energy state. What changes the energy state? It's the number of neutrons. So if you were to look at, for instance, on the list of copper, add more neutrons, you have silver. Add more neutrons, you have gold. So they become products of the same environment that created the copper, but by changing the field strength, you drew in more neutrons, and now you created the field of silver. So what the science is not understanding is that the initiator is not the periodic table of elements. It's the GANs. You can create anything from the GANs. From the GANs, we can create fields of the soul. And from the GANs, we can create fields of elements. So in other words, if you were to take the field of the GANs of copper and the GANs of zinc and combine them, and maybe just let's add the GANs of carbon, what do you get? Oh, amino acid. An amino acid is not on the periodic table of elements, is it? Because it's from the amino acids that we create the cells. And then it's from the cells that we create the physicality of the body. But the way we created the amino acid, which came from a star formation, means that if we want to manifest the physicality, we have to take that into account as well. And so what we fail to do is take into account our environment. So we would be in the form of the conformity of humanity as we know it in our man space, on Earth space, or an environment like Earth space. So if we can recreate this environment in any other place, we will manifest in humanity. But if we change the environment, it only stands to reason that we're going to change the field strength. And are we prepared for that? You know, try and look on the bright side. You know, if I run into someone who has 4 arms, you know, am I going to run away from there and say, oh, look at that freak? Or am I going to say, oh, well, you know, this person has more versatility, you know? I really don't know. This is all foreign to me. It's like going to a foreign country where I don't know the language. How will I adapt? And one of the things that we have problems with is in our own country, we have people of different colors, and we react violently to them. How are we going to react if we go into the universal community and we see people who are radically different from us? Are we going to react violently with them? Well, the question, first of all, is going to be at what field strength? Okay, because the initiator for the humanity manifests itself into a conformity that we have right now. But we know that we have crickets and cockroaches and cows and dogs and cucumbers and watermelons. And they likewise have manifested into this environment. How come they don't look like us? Because their initiator is different.
Because it was just a few workshops ago, I thought Mr. Keshe said in a certain place that the soul doesn't need any carbon 12. It doesn't need any carbon 14. It doesn't need any carbonization. So, but he spent a lot of time on this carbon 14 and carbon 12 explanations and things. So I'm a bit confused about this.
Well, the flavor of the earth has an affinity for the carbon. If you notice that the silicon family is in the same family as the carbon. Okay, so the silicon has a higher mass than the carbon. It's just that we were saying, you know, the silicon is inorganic. Well, the silicon is the connector for the earth space. The carbon's the connector for the man space. But you can clearly see that the two are in the same family. So it was the carbon 14 connector which brought us to this earth space. But the carbon 14 could be the connector to take us to somewhere else. So what we're saying is that the carbon 14 is a connector. So that's the connector for your soul to some place. So if we want to incorporate the answer that you just attributed to Mr. Cash, then the soul itself does not have to have that carbon in it. But I can't say for sure. We're only in really basic teaching here. So I don't have answer to that question.
Right. I haven't gotten up to basic yet. I'm still struggling. Well,
but the
would
point
anyone else-
is, but the point is that we have a soul, and that soul can travel, and we have decided to travel to Earth. Okay, so we are just in that midpoint of our journey. And so within this Earth space, we are very gravitationally stable. So the midpoint is the gravitational stable, and it's the resolution to the anomaly.
Okay, would anyone else like to help me talk back to the teacher? You're fully allowed here. Another point, I was reading in book 1, and they were giving some diagrams, again, second edition, but they were giving some diagrams about the inner core and the outer core and the magnetical field created. And the drawing indicated that the first field created was magnetical. Now, I was always thinking it would be gravitational because the gravitational is always stronger than the magnetical. But it said the gravitational was the second field created in this inner core where the two fields interact between the solid core. This is what it looked like to me. So does that make sense that the first field created was magnetical, and the second field, the drawing said, was the gravitational field of the core? Maybe I'm misreading or misunderstanding it as well.
No, this has caused a lot of confusion, and the reason for it is because when you bring two fields together, and each energy is a magnetical energy, you only create two dimensions. You create the X and Y axis. You have to bring in more energy to create the gravitational construct.
Because the interaction of these two fields creates the rotation of the planet or the movement of the planet. This is what I was.
It creates a pattern.
Yeah.
It creates a pattern that has a weak field. And so as a weak field, it becomes susceptible to more energies coming in. So this is such a really good question. I'm so glad you asked this question. Let's, and you'll see in a second here why. We're just going to go back. Let's go back manually.
I was thinking it had something to do with the ray being magnetical.
Well, we're going to talk about that next week,
okay.
but let's understand this. So you have the cup of life, right? And you created in that cup of life, you've created. So in this particular one, we have a zinc plate, a copper coil, and a nano-coated copper coil. And you put that in salt water and made the appropriate connections. The first Gans gets created. Are we okay so far?
Yep.
Can you see that that is now changing the field strength?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So that Gans that's created, that first Gans that's created, that little tiny, so tiny field, maybe you don't even see it, now has to be taken into account. And that, so the next Gans that's created, it's still the same Gans, but you understand it's not the same Gans. It's still the same one.
Yeah.
But it's a different one. Now that has to be taken into account as well. So the third GANS not only has to take in the basic elements that you made in the cup of life, but now has to take into consideration the product that you have created from the first GANS, plus the second GANS, plus the combination of those two. Because the first GANS and the second GANS now creates an inertia field. So the whole dynamic of the cup has changed. And so you say, well, how do I get, and let's say for sake of argument here, 6 different Ganses when I'm just trying to create the cup of emotion? You see, because the cup of emotion is the gravitationally stable thing that you're trying to create. And you create that in a Gans form. And then the cup of physicality is also stable, but it is also in a Gans form. And then when you take the cup of emotion along with the cup of physicality, 2 weak fields, right? Then you create the cup of soul. But the cup of the soul is a full 3-dimensional field manifestation.
Yeah, I know he talked about the cup of life. He says it looks simple because we designed it that way, but it would take man quite a long time to fully understand all these interactions. It's almost like the ray interacting with itself, creating a field, and then that field interacts with the ray, and so on back again. So there's a lot of interactions going on in these cups.
There you go. You answered the question. Beautiful.
Yeah.
A plus.
There must be a big curve on this. How about somebody else coming in? Perhaps they have a question, or would you like to put a question in the chat? And we can take it from there. When we're manifesting ourselves in other locations, Alex, would that entity also contain a GANS, maybe different GANSes on different planets? Are all the entities have a certain type of GANS in them, or a GANS in itself? Except unless you're on the energy level, I'm talking about manifesting in the physicality on a certain location. Or
yes, the answer is a definitive yes.
So it's not unique to this planet or the moon or Mars.
Well, this is the real anomaly. You know, when you want to analyze the construct of a particular universal body, so let's just say, for argument's sake, you want to identify what is on Jupiter. You have to understand that the manifestation of the physicality of Jupiter is the same as the manifestation of the periodic table of elements on this planet. In other words, if it's hydrogen, it creates a field spectrum, an emission spectrum. And if it's hydrogen on Earth, it'll be hydrogen in Jupiter. And the reason for it is because Jupiter and Earth are part of the solar system. But then, if there's another planet, and he keeps talking about Zeus, and I don't know where that is, but hydrogen on
It's
Zeus.
very close to where the creator lives. Indicated.
Okay. So hydrogen on Zeus would be the same as hydrogen on Jupiter. Why? Because we're all part of the same creation, you see. So once you have an ability to see the radiance, the spectrum radiance of the element, then you can determine what the fingerprint is. Where we are deficient is that we only see the physical fingerprints. We were not seeing the plasma prints. But when we get into a somatoscope, we can actually see the impression, not the imprint, but the impression, and we can be assured of the accuracy of that impression. But then you look at on the physical plane, we have made the somatoscope illegal. Well, if you have a device that can show you the truth and you're making that illegal, then it just goes to show you that when we're operating on the physical plane, we can get away with this type of thing. But obviously, if we follow the universal laws, you can't make that illegal because the somatoscope exists and the picture of that somatoscope exists and the results that we get from it are true, verifiable, and repeatable. So if that's the case, then that is an example of the difference between the universal law and man-made law. And how does man-made law have the audacity to make something created from universal law to be illegal? So now we see the faults, failings, and weaknesses of our physical existence here.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else want to come in?
You sound so disappointed.
No. Well, we're not hearing anyone wanting to open their mics. And again, interesting that there's a vacuum outside of our magnetosphere of the Earth, but the Earth doesn't have any vacuum condition like the solar system, but yet we have that condition within us. Is that the same, you think, in the different creations around the universe, that they're also in a vacuum condition? Otherwise, we'd just be flat on the Earth, as I understand it, without that vacuum condition.
Well, the reason we have this is because we are sharing the condition with Earth space, okay? And Earth space itself is in a vacuum. The space between here and the moon is in a vacuum condition. The space at the core of the Earth is a vacuum. The space at our core, in our brain, where the soul resides, is in a vacuum condition. Because of our relationship with the vacuum condition on the outside, we have a balance. If we were to create a vacuum condition inside Earth space, and I don't know if you've seen pictures where a bottle will actually collapse
In the
by
vacuum, yeah, or a
in a
can,
vacuum,
yeah.
or a can, right? So there's no balance there. And this is the fallacy that we're seeing. It's because we don't see a balance there. We just assume that if we go into outer space, that instead of collapsing as a vacuum, we're going to explode, which is what we've seen in that movie, Total Recall, where Buddy there had to go into a vacuum condition to start up the generator. And so his eyes were bulging out of his head and his head was going to explode. Well, it's not, because the body is already in a vacuum condition and is in balance. There was the question of whether you would suffocate. That's a totally different story. So the way we are constructed on here right now with respect to the respiration of our lungs, we would suffocate in an anaerobic condition. So now when we look at the advanced science, if we could travel into outer space, do we have to maintain that aerobic condition, or can we modify our lungs to the environment that we go through. And clearly the indication is that we would be able to do that. It's just that these are skills that we have to learn. We know it's possible because we see fish jumping out of water, we see flying fish, we see birds diving into the water, we see seals who can live underwater or above the water. So it's possible. It's just that we don't know how to do it. Okay, that's the difference. And the same thing as chameleons change color. So obviously we could change the color of our skin as well if we had the skill to do it. So you can't say it's not possible. All you can say is I don't know how to do that. So if we were going to go to another planet and want to live in that environment, you know, I don't have the knowledge to tell you how to do that. But what we are doing is on the process of advancing the technology. We're all in training. And this is the way life is. That's the whole purpose of life, is to learn about life. Okay, so we don't just stop learning when we exit our teenage years. We keep learning, and you know, I can honestly say that I learned more from the time that I was 40 years old than I learned in my first 40 years. And now I'm being stressed even more. I'm learning more and more, because the more I know, the more I find out that I don't know.
Yeah.
And so I have to keep learning, and I'm constantly being stressed on that basis. But that stress is annealing. And so what that does is it makes you stronger. So we shouldn't be afraid of that. But what it does is it exposes a responsibility. And a lot of people are afraid of that. They don't realize that they have an opportunity to make a choice, and they need to make that choice, because it's not that you have to make a choice. It's that you have to emphasize that you've already made a choice and stand by your choice. You don't have to make a new choice. You already chose to come here. You're here. Hello. You know, it's like, you know, you go to India and someone asks you, well, why did you come here? And you say, I don't know. Well, that's pretty stupid. Why didn't you go to France then? You know, it just it shows your ignorance, and it's something that we have to understand, that we already made a choice. We just, you know, not sure that when did we make that choice, because we don't remember. But the fact is that the memory is a physical construct in our brain, but the dreaming is a plasmatic construct in our brain. And so now, interestingly enough, with the new technology, we can remember our dream. In other words, our dream becomes the reality, and we can remember it.
Yes.
And if that is the case, then we can make choices along the way. So today is the first day of the rest of your life. So you can make a choice today, and nothing you've done before will either qualify you or disqualify you from anything in the future. So you don't have to carry the baggage from before. We can drop the baggage and we can manifest from here on. But we have to be true to our soul. We have to be true to the choices that our soul made, because our soul made the choice on our behalf. And so we have to reconnect. But, you know, if we drop down in physicality to a lower energy state, and then we find that we can do devious things in that state and violate the rules that our soul abides by, and then the soul is just going to have to, you know, the soul keeps trying, because the soul is you. The soul is your best friend. And so how do we reconnect? Well, we have to change the playing rules. We have to get back to the soul level. And we can do that. And this is the new science. This is the new outer space race.
Well, thank you very much, Alex. Let's again open up the floor to anyone who'd like to raise a point or a question. like to thank you, Alex, for joining us consistently and never missing, and putting together beautiful presentations. I may not get it all, but I think the soul has taken in more than my physicality realizes. So thank you. And I think that applies to all of us.
Well, I want to thank you for leading us here. And I want to thank all the participants for allowing me to continue to carry on with this and for supporting this effort, and to understand that we're all in the same journey. So this is not an individual effort. We're all part of the same team. We're all part of the family of humanity, and our existence isn't just limited to Earth space. So we need to change and increase our schemes and our awareness, and to put forward the solutions and make them manifest, so that we can bring peace and harmony to this planet. And that's our ticket to the rest of the universe. So thank you all very much. I'm going to withdraw in the background, Mark. Thank you so much.
Right. And it's not only freedom to move on this planet, it'll be freedom to move across the universe. So thank you very much again, Alex, for your time. I'm going to share the screen just to remind everyone, and I'm sure we're all aware, but these are the two offerings coming up. This one is at the end of this month on the 30th, Elevating the Soul of the Abusers. The pattern of child abuse has to be stopped. You will see the effects of it. In less than 3 months, you elevated the soul of the world leaders to understand the beginning of the world peace and change of technology has started. Join us again for the next step of ending child abuse by signing up for the June session. And that's still open again. And of course, the 3 sessions, and again, don't try not to look at the money, even though the money is important. It's nowhere near as important as the work you're doing by participating in these sessions. The wellness through the work of the soul. This is what we're going to see with satellite souls and perhaps most of us. This elevation will be for the soul of the man, for the emotion and for the physicality, for any kind of misfunctioning of the body. This is the first time that we try to reach as many people as possible at the same time, that we can bring all the bodies to perfection at the same time. And again, you may not see it in the next day or the next week, but over a period of time, you may see some changes within you, which again, we're asked to write what your wishes were and what changes you've noticed over the coming period. But we've started to see the changes in the world leaders, and we're seeing a little hint of the changes of the abusers as well. We saw a major report in the Wall Street Journal and other locations about Instagram, and they're promoting, or not actually promoting, but allowing a platform to be used in this sort of manner for child abuse. And so I think there'll be some correction in that area. But now it's the abusers again. And this is at the end of June, and then the 3 sessions in July. I'm going to play the Marius's flight unit, which was in recognition of the June 6, 2022 flight to the moon. And again, they didn't go to the moon physically. They went in the dimension of energy, as I understand it. So we'll play that in the final disclaimer, and the meeting will come to an end. Anyone else have a comment or a question they'd like to bring? Okay, very good. We will play the flight unit, which we've all seen before. And I do believe there'll be some aspect of this that we'll be using, again, introducing people into a tourism in the physicality, and then perhaps teaching them about moving with the spaceship of their soul. And this may be what it leads into. I'm not exactly sure which way, or both ways I think we'll be going. So thank you all for joining. Thank you, Alex, again for a beautiful presentation and somewhat confusing, but again, I think a lot of this knowledge can go into you without your physicality realizing it at the moment. And this is what's happening in these systems that we're interacting with. It's actually training your physicality or your whole structure, that it becomes ingrained in you that you then don't need the system to do certain things or to transfer certain energies, because it becomes part of you. It becomes a natural part of working in these both dimensions with the two cell phones, or the physicality and the state of energy. So thank you all again, and hopefully we'll see you soon.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.